Hello everybody, welcome back to Walpolieville. This is the thing I was talking about last night. Now, it's not really a zenithal here, it's just a tiny little bit of variation because it made the photograph, and I wish I could kind of show you the whole thing, but it's too tall. It actually did a really nifty job, Armored Wolf. I think I sent you that picture. Of course, I could have said, okay, make the glow brighter, something like that, but it actually, do you notice how it kind of created that more like a really dramatic lighting? I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting the more cartoony type stuff it does. I think Armored Wolf, it's weird. I might have to do some kind of semi zenithal, at least just for to do the color scheme photos, and then like reprime it so it's all flat again or something. But that was crazy. I'm looking at it now. It's got all kinds of shading. Now, I was kind of thinking of maybe doing a little bit like what we did here. We're going to get this green stuff going on the sword. We'll get started with that because that's kind of the easiest way to roll here. Yeah, Armored Wolf, it's just, that's kind of how it sort of, well, actually, I see there's, okay. Oh, that's right. I never did get this thing. 1 second here. I'm trying to get this thing out of here without knocking everything over, because there's still a support here. Yeah, I never did get a chance to fix this up over here. Okay, I can't get to that without destroying everything. I'm just gonna have to stay there for now. No more screwing around. Let's just do this. Let's get this. And let's just start doing this. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I'm still kind of not sure about the whole height map thing yet. I actually printed out, I think, 8 of the Arthurian. Yeah, 8 of the Arthurian, 4 of the Japanese theme. And I kind of stopped there because what I want to do is now I'm trying to make some height maps. And then I want to try and print the same ones out with the height maps. I also learned another thing about that STL.com. You can actually add like a plate on the bottom of it. So for some of these that have turned out to be super thin, I can actually go back and like that that Duran's Bane one was super thin. I can go back in there and add some more stuff. As much as I want. I think I only added 2 mil or something, 0.2 mil. Yeah, that was it. So okay, we're just doing some super simple source lighting type stuff here. Nothing terribly dramatic. More of the phthalo green here. Hey there, Valfira. So Valfira, when the Vandy coach was interviewed after the game, he said, "Well, hopefully we learned some lessons here. I'm hoping the person who learned the most lessons was him." Now, it'd be one thing if your field goal kicker wasn't good. He's got one of the, not just the top field goal kickers in the conference, but in the country. It was well within his range. There was no weird weather stuff or anything like that. It's just, I think he's played a little too much Madden, and I think he has to start what would you say, stop playing as an underdog, Valfera. Because I think that's part of it, is that they're still kind of going with underdog mentality. And they're not underdogs anymore because now people are starting to gear up for them, like the Auburns of the world. So I think, yeah, he hopefully he learned a little lesson there that maybe we stop fooling around with, 4th down all the time. Go for it, go for it, go for it. Never kick a field goal. If that's the case, why do you have that guy on your roster? Because who knows if he's making NIL money, right, Valfera? If he is, that's even more egregious. that you didn't use him in that situation. Nope, 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 nope. Back to this little green here. And I also want to change some of this. I want it to have a little bit of yellowishness to it. That's a word, yellowishness. So I'm going to start changing that over a little bit here. So where it is closest, maybe it'll have a little hint of the yellow.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Monster. Appreciate that. That is 4 months worth. Thanks, Moggs. I hope that you're doing well. Well, it's got to be a happy Sunday in most places. It's still a happy Saturday here, right, Valfera? Now, Valfera, did you see what happened to BYU? Yeah, that was and that was at home too, and they got absolutely blitzed, absolutely blitzed. So Moggs, I've been printing out more and more of the flats. So these are the Lord of the Rings ones here. But now I've been doing a whole bunch of Arthurians and kind of Oriental theme. Now, some of the ones I'm doing now, they're almost at least as thick as this. But there's some of them that are super thin. Like you see, this one's super thin. With this, I learned that I could just add something to that without having to worry about it being too thin. Where's this one? Yeah. Not only did I make this one thicker than this paper thin one, but it's also reversed. Um, Not sure when I'll be. Well, sometime tomorrow, I guess. Boy, Valfira, I was trying to change my screen to the college football upset special screen, but I saw the graphic, but it didn't pop up when I actually wanted to put it on screen. So there was just no more time. Had to stop fooling around. Again, I was desperately trying to do a bunch of printing stuff, so that's why we're a little later. So there we go. We got some. We're starting to get a little lighter in here. Valfira, yeah. I mean, even Alabama had a tough time, and actually, Valfira, Indiana also was about to go down. But the one thing I noticed there, Valfira, they are the proverbial not flashy but don't beat themselves kind of team. I mean, you've seen it a bunch of times over the years, right, Valfira? That team that kind of just doesn't. Actually, there was a coach. I think it was. It was actually the Miami coach, Valfira, and he said something along the lines of, "It's hard enough to beat one team out there, but it's extra hard to beat two." So yeah, Valfira, I've been running around doing printing stuff now for at least the last 5 hours, running up and down the stairs, trying to create more. I think I have it a little bit more organized though this time, Valfira, because I kind of knew what it is we wanted to do. So at least I could find stuff a little bit easier than the Lord of the Rings stuff, which is just all over the place. But well, yeah, that anchor definitely went down, right, Valfira? Uh, a little bit of salvation for Vandy. Actually, did you see what happened to Louisville? Yeah, they went down too. So I don't know, Valfira. They keep all these odds. Oh, they're going down. They're going down for this team, that team, whatever. Nothing applies anymore, right, Valfira? I mean, you could have six lost teams going into the playoffs at this rate because these conferences are chewing each other alive. I still think, Valfira, they're going to regret the super conference model because there's going to be a lot of those teams that, let's say, your LSU's or Auburn's or Arkansas. There's going to be a lot of teams that used to be able to at least go to high level bowl games or whatever, or think about the playoffs. I don't think they will anymore. because I think they're just going to keep losing too many games. Now, Valfera, I kind of have to wait to see what happens. I'll send you some messages about it because obviously it's November now, and well, all my health insurance stuff is getting taken away because it's all changing over to state of Illinois. So th- anything like that is everything is on pause. Actually, Valfera, at this point, believe it or not, I almost need that as much for just for getting more of these AI systems as printers. Actually, but believe it or not, Valfera, I would almost rather have a couple of hundred extra just for just for that. Mogster, unfortunately, I'm not able to do commission stuff. It's all kind of still some all fallout from kind of how 2023 and 24 played out. Now, if it's something that you just would like to see painted on stream or in a video, Mogs, that something like that, you say, hey, well, you got something, I don't know, like this or whatever, and you say, boy, I would really like to see a tutorial of that or on stream or something. Actually, thanks for the heads up, Velfira. Actually, Velfira, again, it kind of depends on how this plays out. And again, I'll shoot you a message with way more info beyond that because I don't, actually, Velfira, I don't know much myself. Yeah, I know very little myself. I won't know until probably Tuesday or Wednesday. All right, so we've kind of established that this is 12 minutes in. Yeah, that's 12 minutes in. We've kind of established some OSL type things. Now we got to start doing other things, and that's what do we got on here? Nah, I think we're gonna wander onto a different one here. Oh, look at this! When I said cobalts, I meant all the cobalts. This is we have our radiant cobalt. There we are. Now this is genuine cobalt turquoise or whatever the yeah, cobalt turquoise here, Valfera. Let me get that on there too. A little more over here. Oh yeah, there's also there's the drain holes here. I never even got a chance to fill those in. We'll just do that some other time. Actually, no, I wanted that. Yeah, that's it. I wanted the cloth to be that. So, of course, oh, I do have like one sponge here. I mean, I don't mind a little bit of that. Now, in here, we're going to get rid of some of that. That's where this stuff is supposed to go. Like here. Now, Mogster, is there anything you've been working on that you would want to share in the chat? If you want to do that, please go ahead. Sorry about that, Mogster. I meant to ask you, and I just kind of forgot there. What are we doing? What are we gonna do with? Nope, not with the. I'm just gonna try you here. Let's do this. Let's do a little bit of this. May do some of this here. Some of this over here. Now, Belfair, I can't wait to send you pictures of these Arthurian flats. I think they kind of turned out pretty neat, Valfira. I'm telling you, this ain't nothing. This stuff with the flats here. So I'm really excited about that, Valfira, because Gosh, wasn't it this time last week that I didn't want to say, I don't want to say like flats were dead, but I mean, it was looking a little bit bleak. Or was it me? It was about this time last week, wasn't it, Valfira? Great to see you again, Grey Wolf. How you doing? Appreciate you being here. Oh, here we go with it. That's genuine cobalt right there. Yeah, that is cobalt blue in there. So Veilfair, I went with this size, the size of all the newest Lord of the Rings ones. Kind of went with that size. Um, so Veilfair, what's this doing here? 1 second here. What would you suggest? Now, obviously, if it's going to be kind of the Japanese themed, if the flats is ornaments, a chrysanthemum or something, Valfira, maybe at the top. But what should be the tree topper for an Arthurian themed Christmas tree? Now, of course, we know what will be on the top of the tree for Lord of the Rings, right, Valfira? There is no question about that. Now, Valfira, have you ever? I know we've seen like things that people have made because you're the kind of the expert on putting the LEDs in the stuff, like embedding the LEDs there. I wasn't sure if you had some kind of a. Oh, look at this! Look at that! Look at that cobalt in there. Ooh, that is juicy. That's a juicy there. So that is some cobalt blue going into some of this here. And yes, we've been working on this thing for 17 minutes. So how you doing there, Grey Wolf? Yeah, we're literally 17 minutes in on this, and I think we're starting to establish a little something something here. I gotta start getting me some more of these Velfair. These are just again junky, like super junky whatchamacallit brushes from Amazon, and by junky I mean like, oof, nasty junky. I want, you know what? Nah, no, no, no. Let me try this. Let me try this grayish violet stuff here for the skinny tones. Try something a little different than the turquoise alone. All right, we got now. Where's another softer than? Not softer. I guess we'll just try to clean some more of this. Of course, I have no paper towels in here. uh, I think this could make an interesting film noir at a certain point here of Elfira. I don't know. Don't you think this could make an interesting film noir? It would be a little bit different than how our other film noirs have played out, but still should be interesting. Get some of that down here. So yeah, Monster. Actually, Monster, what was it that you wanted to? I was like, I wanted to ask something. I don't remember what the heck it is. Yeah, what was it that you were hoping that we could maybe paint here or something like that? Because well, I'm sure there's lots of neat stuff out there for sure. Now we're starting to get there. Now, Valfira, I don't know if you heard the conversation, the very early conversation with Armored Wolf and myself, where I actually did a little bit of airbrush zenithal on this thing, only for the pictures to make that reference. Now I'm thinking, Velfira, in the future. Now get this. Okay, we do some like semi-zenithal type thing in the initial priming. Take the pictures, make the reference, and then prime it again to make it more just a flat color or whatever. Because the zenithal priming, it's really not, not just not essential for oils. It kind of gets in the way. So I would have to prime it twice, Velfir. I got a chuckle out of that. Let's put it that way. That was kind of entertaining to me. Now here we're gonna just try to catch some of this later stuff. We will be doing our darker glazy thing. Not to worry. So like it all stemmed, Velfir, from how the heck am I getting a brush in there? Right? I'm like, I got to get primer in there. So I was actually putting primer in there before I did anything else, before I even glued it on. And I realized that I was already starting to do a little bit of shading actually with the primer in that area. And then I thought, just based on recent experiences, using the GPT to create some kind of a little sketching type medium there. And I said, you know what? I'm thinking I'm going to actually do a little bit of spot zenithal here and just see what happens. And it seems like it really liked it. So that might have to happen more often. Don't be surprised if you see that. Okay, I'm going to get me some of that. It's almost like a bit of a skin tone there. More of that up here. Yeah, Velfira, unfortunately, one thing I noticed is that there's not like a super ton of contrast in that initial image. It just, everything turns to mush in GPT. So here we got some of these we're going to have to get rid of here. 1 second. That is not going to be super easy, but we just have to do it because those are getting in my way here. Now, as it is, GPT didn't understand this stuff right here. It got that wrong as far as what the shapes are. Hey there, Blades. So, Blades, hopefully things are kind of holding steady. I know that that's all kind of gotten underway there. So hopefully nothing too out of hand, at least in the early stages there. And of course, everybody please give Blades81 a follow. So Blades, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there, like usual. And again, everybody please give Blades a follow while you are at it. There. Now Blades, I remember last year the Council of Miniature Painters was it was like the Sunday after Thanksgiving or something like that. So I wasn't sure if there's going to be a Council of Miniature Painters this November, because scary enough, it's getting to be closer to that third week, right, Camda? So Camda, there was a ton of printing today, tons of work on those new flats, the Arthurian ones, the Oriental theme, and actually Camda, I think I sent you the picture of this, right? So as I was telling folks, I had to do like a semi-zenithal here for the photo, not for me, not for the painting of it, but for the photo, so that I could kind of create the reference. And again, Blades, and of course, Camden, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. Now here I'm just going to put a little something there. It doesn't really matter what it is at this stage. I just need something that is not blue. And we have cobalt teal bluish out here. We have cobalt blue. That is fantastic. Everybody, please check out that link that Camda just shared. Everybody please give Camda a follow. Also, back to this. A little something there. Now, let me just get the paint out of this thing. Let me just get the paint out. So check out the Instagram link that Blades just shared. Give Blades81 a follow. Check out the link that Camda just shared. Give Camda Paints a follow. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, Valfred. Oh, I don't know what. I think you were around maybe last night when we were talking about having to either get like another Surface Pro or something like that. Oh, the notebook. That's it. Yes, the notebook. And oh yeah, that's right, Camda. I wasn't sure if you had. And oh, that's right. I was looking for recommendations for machines for doing like video editing. Obviously, stuff like streaming. It's going to be using graphic card stuff, so there's going to be a little what would crossover? Is that the word, Valfira? In the requirements or whatever, or capabilities, I guess. That's the other thing that I have to potentially kind of to think about doing is getting unfortunately something like that would be right around the price of one of those P1s or A1s or whatever. I had forgotten all about that, Velfira. Now you know why you get homework, because I had already forgotten all about that. A little more here, a little bit more here. Okay. So again, we're kind of trying to establish some of our lighter stuff here. Then we'll have to come back with some of our darker glaze stuff as well. Now let me see if I can create another one of my microfilberts here. Let me see if we can do this. Microfilbert time. I'm going to try and get some more of that on the face up here. And all the while that is mixing. Let me get some of the paint out of there. There was a little bit too much. Over here. And I'm just trying to leave that as dark as possible because again, I never filled in the drain holes there. Again, it's been a very active day today. What is it? I don't know what device would have like the step tracker on it or something like that. I would hazard a guess that I basically did miles worth of steps and I never left the house. As in, I never even walked out the front door. Much less go in the yard or in the garage or anything like that. I don't know if it counts steps as in like steps as double just regular steps. I don't know. If it did, then there's even more. Because again, I went up and down those stairs at least 60 times today. Fine, I'm getting a little bit of not source light on some of these here. Let me try a little lighter even. Again, with the micro filbert here. And we'll see what happens with some of our darker glazy type stuff. No idea. There was no plan for this, the whole green source light thing here. That just sort of happened all at the last minute. By last minute, I mean literally last minute. Thanks, Kendra. This one of those Loot Studios ones here. Yeah, this is a Loot Studios figure here. Hmm. I think when I go to refresh the medicine later on, I'll probably have to try and get me some more paper towels in here too, because we're running a wee bit low on paper towels here. As in, I have basically almost none. I have like a few shards of a paper towel left. Come on, give me more of that. There we are. A little bit more of our turquoise there. Now that I got a smaller filbert style brush that I can kind of poke around in some of these recessed areas here. Not sure. Well, we'll just use this as a blending brush for the moment. Also, I see there's another one of these things sitting here that must have... Yeah, that just got attached via the primer. Where that blending brush just... Well, I'll just use you then. There we go. Just filled it in with a little bit of the cobalt there. Gonna try and get a little... Yeah, here again, more of that cobalt type stuff. Here it is. Lighter on the... was it phthalo? Cobalt turquoise... God, it's been so long. I don't even remember what the heck it's called. Cobalt teal bluish? Yeah, cobalt teal bluish. There you go. Now that's only... Is that a Series 7 or is that a Series 6? Oh, that's a Series 7. I keep forgetting that's a 7. I've been thinking we've been using so much of the Puro Orange and the Perline Crimson, which are, I think, 6 and 7. No, 7 and 6. Yeah, because Perline Crimson is the 6. And Puro Orange is the 7. That's, even in Richardson, that's still a Series 5. So again, this is not necessarily a Doomsday palette. The colors that are not like Series 7 Williamsburg are pretty much Paul Rubens and Winsor Newton, whatchamacallit colors, the Griffin colors. So it's expensive in spots and dirt cheap in others. It is what it is. Okay, there's a little bit of turquoise. Now, here, let me squeeze out much of this as I can. And let us start doing some more cobalt stuff. And yes, we do have Radiant Cobalt on the palette, which is not actually cobalt at all. There is no cobalt in our Radiant Cobalt, much like there's no cadmium in, say, any sort of cadmium whatever hue. If it says, anytime it says hue, it's essentially the poor man's version of that color. So it's some kind of a artificial pigment or something like that that's designed to be sort of like, say, a cadmium or a cobalt or one of your heavy metal type colors. And I don't mean the other heavy metal. I mean heavy metal as in like rare earth heavy metals. Me. And that even mixes a little bit with our green that we just got there. Now here, a little bit more of our blue or our white into the cobalt blue here. Valfir, that's where we just start the organ harvesting thing. Yeah, that's where we just begin the organ harvesting. You know, you start with the folks that you're not terribly fond of first, and then you kind of have to work your way up from there. So you want to be as high up on the friends list as possible, Velfair, because once you get through all your enemies, then you got nowhere else to turn but family and friends. Much like the hobbits, right? Those legs, they don't need those. You just kind of look around at friends and family like they don't really need that. We could sell that. Let's do this. I'll have to tell you the little running gag that I've got going on with the neighbor next door. Yeah, I'll tell you that little tale right there. Let me see. Yeah, because she has one of those standing desks, Valfera. Well, Valfera, you keep your enemies closer by having, say, their organs in some jars that you can sell. That's how you keep your enemies close. Your friends are close because they're just maybe available for such donations. There we go. But yeah, your enemies are closer by default because you have their organs in a jar somewhere. Now let's go more of our cobalt over here. Got a little bit of the teal into that one. Didn't want that so much, but we do want this lighter stuff. And then again, remember, we're going to be doing some glaze stuff in here as well. Try to maybe work in a little more light over here. Not so much down there because we got our source light stuff going on up there. All right, so I think it may be time for some glazy stuff. Now we're not going full out all mixing because we need a whole range of different glazy colors here. I'm gonna maybe fool around with you to start with here and some of the asphaltum. Where'd my thinner go? Here you are. So I think it's safe to say, Camda, that the object source lighting channel has returned, right? Because, well, last night, where'd they go? Here they are. We did not one, but two figures with light sourcing, and we also had two different light sources on said figures. Because reasons, right? A little bit, there we go, a little bit more of the asphaltum. And there it goes. There it goes. Maybe back here, a little change, although we do more of a Van Dyke brown. Again, look, we're holding this here brush. Is it anywhere near the ferrule? Answer, always no. I think it's object source lighting week on the channel here, right, Valfera? Actually, now Valfera, I think you could almost say that Monday had object source lighting because it had stars. Oh, there was engine glow. There was engine glow, Valfera. So yes, this was 100%. Everything had object source lighting on it this week. Yes, indeed. Now the bunny chariot, it did print. However, there's many more pieces to it than I thought, and it's gargantuan. We're gonna have to make quite the special base for it, and I'm not even sure I'll be able to fit that on screen. So yes, the bunny chariot, for those that were wondering, it seems like it printed. I mean, it should. It is from Printing Goes Ever On, and those tend to be relatively successful. Back to our Van Dyke Brown here. And again, I think, oh yeah, that's right. You shared that, right? Can again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow while you are at it. Now, of course, Valfira, it's been a long time, I know, since you posted anything there in the chat. If you wanted to post some of your stuff in there, please do that too. I just, how far along were you, Valfira, on the gigantic dragon project? Because geez, Velfer, I remember seeing Instagram posts on that. That was that dragon, right? Yeah, I saw Instagram posts on that back in the day. Now we're starting to get a little bit of our Mars. Actually, no, this is the coal black, not Mars black, mixed with some of the Van Dyke brown. Are we even an hour? Yeah, we're 41 minutes in. We are quite literally 41 minutes in on this thing right here. Not even an hour in. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting about the two parts of that, Velfira. Well, again, here's hoping that I think it wasn't just, well, being able to actually have a place to do it also is, that's another thing to resolve. Back, yeah, get me a little bit of the Payne's Gray / Indigo down in there. More of our Van Dyke Brown into here, and then eventually that's going to get mixed with some of our phthalo green. Might even do that here. So phthalo green and the coal black together here. Boom. Yeah, I forget how many pieces the dragon itself was, Camden. I mean, it was quite a few just pieces just on the dragon, I believe. Come on, all the way down in there. The phthalo, and maybe now we're gonna start working in a little bit of the indigo with the phthalo green here. Now here's something, Camda. What happens when we take phthalo green and mix it with cobalt blue? Oh, now that's pretty spicy, Camda. That is pretty spicy, I gotta say. Now, I think we gotta give this a little look-see in another project there, Camda. Maybe a tutorial vid or something like that. So about a dozen apiece there, then, Valfira. Phthalo green. Also, man, oh man, Camda, this is already going gummy. Because I got the Paul Rubens. Look at that. It's already gone gummy on me there. Yeah, look at that. That's just because I didn't put any thinner on there to kind of protect that initially. Man, that is crazy time. Trying to work a little bit of that into here now. Underside. Yeah, I'm trying to recall some of the Instagram posts that you shared back in the day with some of the pictures of it, and I think wasn't each section around 7 or 8 inches a piece or something like that, Velfira, of the dragon. And then, of course, there was Talk to the Hand. That was where you had all of the LED work, right, Valfira? So, and again, we don't have our latest light here. We can still, we can most definitely go lighter there if we so choose. We're not going to do that just yet. In you go here again in some of our recesses. Also kind of helps to smooth some things out. Work it down into that shadow area there. Get all that green stuff out of there. Now it's cobalt. And whoa, look at this. Remember the Prussians wiped away cobalt blue? Velfair, guess what are side by side here? Prussian blue and cobalt. Now maybe it's because on the other side is the cobalt teal bluish. Maybe that's why. Let me juice some of this. I'm extra glad now, Valfira, that I took that time to do the spraying of those backdrops in the backyard because let's put it this way, today was nothing like it was. What you had wind, rain. It was in the 40s. Yesterday was in the 60s, sunny and no wind. So it was, at least I feel a little bit better because I was kind of feeling a little bad about missing work time on this other stuff here to do that. But it's a good thing I did because I didn't think that opportunity was going to present itself for long, and sure enough, it did not. No, 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 no. This phthalo here. Oh, yeah, the phthalo with some of the cobalt in it here. Come on. Now this is more of our just our really dark phthalo here. Super dark. Here as well. Now at a certain point I'm going to just put the blackest black there just to have it there. Just a little bit of a reference point, that's all. To know just how dark that's going to be so I know how light to make some other areas. Okay, just trying to snag some more of our green source light kind of reflection type stuff here. Maybe a little more of that up here. Like you do. Everybody check out the Instagram post that Camda just shared. Oh, we're gonna get some violet here. Get us some violet. Oh, look at this. Look at this. I wanted to see what would happen with this Camda because we have cobalt violet. I want to see what happens with actual cobalt blue in our violet here in combination. So a little bit of it up in there. Now here, let me get that. Take some of that away. Where are we at here with this again? More of this sort of a violet here. Because if you recall, remember I was saying last night, Camda, that thing that we learned, gee whiz, when did we paint that? I think that was 2020 or 2021, Valfair, right? When we painted the iron, actually it was 2021. No, it was 2020 because he printed those out for me because I did not have the ability to print those really big things, all those trolls and stuff. Like, oh, Mr. Giggles. Mr. Giggles, that's right, yeah. Almost forgot about Mr. Giggles. And of course, you wonder why in the world would you call a big old troll Mr. Giggles? That's because he's a very fun guy. Now, this is where we remember we made the changes here. We did the glazing of the cobalt blue there, and that was a bit of a realization. Now, I wish I knew what the heck this figure was from Loot Studios because obviously it would be fun to print this up again and kind of maybe try some of the stuff that we're doing now. All right, here we got it's our cobalt teal bluish, and now again some of our phthalo green together. And then maybe some of our cobalt blue. So now we're combining cobalt blue. I think that's like a series 5, the cobalt blue, and the again the turquoise or the cobalt teal bluish is series 7. So this ain't a cheap glaze right here, let me tell you. That glaze has a little bit of a price tag to it, but I think it is definitely worth it for what it can do. More of our cobalt blue into that. Now here, this is where I don't mind where things. See, look at that. The glaze is purposely being mixed in. So that's, again, not something you can do with the acrylics because, well, the stuff you're glazing over the top of is 105% of the time going to be already dry before you get to do that. So Monster, this is oil paint. And we're talking here some of these, like this cobalt, these cobalts here. You are talking hundreds and hundreds of years, Mogs. I mean that's we're not being facetious or anything like that. We are literally talking hundreds of years, and that would be even like with say not really taking care of it. And of course, since our miniatures are going to be sitting in a case somewhere nowhere near, they're not even going to sniff the direct sunlight, right, Mogs? It will last basically forever. The miniature might decay and fall apart before the paint might hold it together, Moggs. Yeah. They just imagine. Oh, look at this. This is really wow. This is pretty nifty here, Cam. I like this. This cobalt blue mixed with their violet here. That is something. So we're going to have to find some things to utilize this with. Some other stuff too. Because, yeah, that's really fun. Now, obviously it comes with a price tag. Because, Series 7 anything, especially Series 7 Williamsburg. I mean, we were joking before about, organ harvesting and all that. Well, when it comes to Series 7 paints, not so much. That's not as far from exaggeration as you would think, or it is not an exaggeration. I mean, the good news is you'll have yourself a Series 7 paint that'll last hundreds of years. The bad news is the kiddies, well, they're going to have to maybe spend a few extra shifts at Mickey D's or something like that to make that cowage fun. But that's okay. It just it gives them a strong work ethic, right, Camda? Right out of the gate. So yeah, Moxter. The other one that I really, really, really like. Now it's nowhere near. I don't think is expensive. Is the Indanthrin Blue. Now what series is this? Well, okay, it's only a Series 3. This is another one that I really like. Now that has that's you know what? That boy, I would have been using that right here for some of the glaze stuff I'm doing right now. That Indanthrin Blue would have been nice right in there. But the whole point of this was to try and make some discoveries of other combos that I almost never do. Like this. So we got the Cobalt Teal Bluish out Grand Oracle. It's a combo platter of insanely expensive and dirt cheap colors. It's the discount. It's the pricey discount. What would you say? The pricey discount palette. It's pricey, but it's also discounted. So great to see you again there, Grand Oracle. So Monster, this really is 95 to 98% of it, maybe even more. But I actually do have an airbrush series on the Patreon page. Actually, I just did another airbrush thing. Oh, that's right. We were testing out the Green Stuff World masking fluid versus, not Liquitex, Winsor Newton. So Grand Oracle, I've been doing. I did a lot of experimentations today, printing out those flats. Now I already have 8 of the Arthurian and 4 of the Japanese style flats printed. It's just I'm kind of doing conducting experiments with the height maps. It's really weird, Grand Oracle, right? I mean, I sure didn't expect it. You didn't expect it. Camda, you didn't really expect it either, right? It just kind of worked out that way. It's really, really, really strange. That, again, was not at all what I was expecting. Now, come on. There we go. A little bit more of that Indian yellow going to sneak its way into there. So yeah, I'm still trying to figure out, okay, do we bother doing the layer height stuff? Oh, and I made another discovery, Grand Oracle, with that image to STL. I just happened to notice it today. I'm like, what the heck is this thing, this tool here? And you can actually add some space at the bottom. So remember that frame that I wanted to make, Grand Oracle? I might actually, maybe I'll be able to use this function to create that frame. It's really hard to explain. Now the thing is, I don't think you can put multiple things at once in the image to STL. So I'm hoping that this will kind of create almost like a way to take one thing and make it into two and kind of almost join it together. I don't know if it's going to work. We shall find out probably tomorrow. So yeah, there's image to stl.com, and that has been super, super valuable for doing some of this stuff. So again, we've got some of our darker glaze stuff in there now. We just hit 1 hour. We just hit hour number one. So again, I think we've been able to make a little bit of progress here in 1 hour. That's it. So yeah, it's something that I'm gonna put in a new video. So don't be surprised. There's going to be an Eldritch Foundry video this week in all likelihood, and then there's going to be another one on our flats. Because again, every time I make one of these new discoveries, I want to try to share what I learn, so then that way people can kind of track the progress of it, if that makes any sense. Nah, that's no good. We're going to get rid of that. Like so here, and then really need the other brush for this, not so much this one. That kind of stuff is not what this brush does well. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if you heard earlier, but there is a slight bit of zenithal on this, and it's only for photographing the figures so that I could make that color reference. And I think I sent you that, Grand Oracle. So I was telling Velfira, Camden, Armored Wolf that it may reach a point where I'm actually doing a zenithal, taking the picture of it, and then covering up with another batch of primers. So here, let's do a little film noir. Let's do a film noir here, Velfira, and see what it looks like. There's sort of object source lighting, but not really. And well, look at this. Actually, this might show more even than this. But let's bring this back over here. Oh, look at that. Look at that reddish blue versus that green. Or it's just all gray. There is no value difference there. Look at this again. Man, look at how that shows up. That is intense. Now here you can kind of see again, you got the teal versus the cobalts. Now there is no difference. There's no greenish blue, there's no reddish blue. What do we have on there? Nothing. That's good. Because now that we have a little bit of that glaze stuff on there, I need to hit a little green on that again. Again, it's a little bit of our green over the kind of reddish blue type color there. Just doing a little bit of clean. Oh, we never did this here. All right, where you at? Where are you hiding? That is not the one I was using, or is it? I don't think it is, but we'll just use it anyways. This much darker. Not quite that dark. Let's try some of that down in here. there. Okay. Now, and again, Monster, if you wanted to share something, oh, same thing there, Grand Oracle. Oh, geez, Grand Oracle. You know what else I have to do tomorrow? Among the 2,500 other things, I gotta get those ships ready. Yep, I gotta get those ships ready for our fabulous Armada Monday, which is technically tomorrow, since it is now Sunday here. Yeah, I gotta get those ships out of that box. Sorry I didn't have a chance to grab the box to show it to you on stream here, Grand Oracle. Again, I was doing many things today. What about a little teensy bit of light there? You know what? I'm gonna hit this again with more of our greenish color. Yeah, all right, and maybe a little something there. That needs more green right there, actually. Like so. And now that makes a little more sense. There we go. Also, I'm thinking, oh, whoops. I wanted a teensy bit of a green there, not a big honking pile of it. Nothing over there. Now that's going to be too light of a green. We'll try this here. Let's start breaking that down. This again has got a little bit of yellowish tone to it here, and it's got some of our floral green, and that's the Paul Rubens floral green, by the way. Sneak in a little more of you right in here. A little bit right on the end of that cloth, and all that is mixing together the way we would like it to, because oils. Yeah, there we are. There we are. A little bit of green on the edge of that, maybe a little touch there. And I mean, got the reddish blue. That's that cobalt. So yeah, we have a genuine cobalt here out on the palette. We have the cobalt teal bluish as well. Here. We need to start catching some of it here on this. It's not really armor per se. I don't really know what exactly that is. It's part of the outfit. We'll probably still go even a little bit later on this at a certain point. Somewhere is a potential blend like this. I'm going to say that is a potential blending brush right there. That needs to also catch a little bit of that edge with our lighter green. Now we have a micro blending brush here. To do a little bit of that. Where'd that go? Here it is. Need to see a bit more of that here. This here needs some, yeah, a little bit of light on it there. Something like that. A little bit of that yellowish green on the underside of that there. Okay. Maybe a little something more here on the tree roots. And whatever's kind of closest to or lined up the most with our source light there is going to obviously catch much more of that. And yeah, so we are 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 40 seconds since we started here. So basically a little over an hour. And of course, you got to subtract things like film noirs. So we haven't been doing this very long. The oils just makes everything easier. I think this pretty much shows it, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know what else would. I'm gonna actually flip you around. And see if I can maybe just hit a couple of these little areas here with, again, our lighter green here. Maybe a little more on that. And then we'll get that doing a little bit of blending. Because reasons. Maybe start catching some of our fielded gray here with our lighter green source lighting stuff. Maybe even just a teensy hint of it there. Nah, not there, not there. We'll just get rid of that. Yeah, Grant Oracle, that the airbrush video that I did, that was, I think that was the latest Patreon one, right? Yeah, that was. I still had to clean up all of the piles of what is that? The discarded masking fluid stuff that is all over the place in that area where I filmed that episode. So yeah, that is like that's just not a time saver. Now again, we're going to be using that stuff on a vehicles workshop new series. But yeah, as far as saving time on terrain, not too much, sadly. I mean, that's okay. Now here, I'm going to try, now that some of the cobalt teal blueish mixed with our floral green there. Oof, that is also very intense. Let me see, I'm going to try to get some even lighter stuff going on with the sword so that our source lighting doesn't seem quite so light. Along that top edge now, like you do there, okay. And let's see if we cannot continue some of that edge out this way. Maybe light at the very end there. Trying to get that lightest light over here. Because again, that's where the lightest light of the sword also happens to be. And yes, we still have our glazy stuff that's trying to set right next to it there. Now we're getting somewheres. So yeah, I know it's been a little while since we did one of these larger scale figs. Obviously, there was all the special Kathy type streams and well, Orktober and all that, and Spooktober. If I can get all those prepped, there's going to be well, again, the bunny sleigh. That is going to be something I really want to try and maybe hit next Friday or Saturday. We know what we're doing Monday, at least what we're supposed to be doing. That's going to be the very first Warlord Games Victory at Sea figures. And I think I might just do a basing video on those. Which means I gotta make sure I've got my plastic card out too. Because, yeah, fortunately can't use their bases because it's not really gonna match up with all the stuff we've been doing with our water effects and everything. Get rid of that. Start again. Trying to work in a little more light there on the nah, that's way too hard of a brush. I just still stick with this one here. And we're just going to do this little tapping motion. We are not doing this. We're doing that straight up and down. Over here, on whatever this is. Don't know if that's supposed to be armor, whatever. Back to the blending brush right there. So yeah, Grand Oracle, the first film noir on this really was interesting to see, especially again with all the warmer greens, warmer blue, cooler blue. So that's a greenish blue. That is very much a reddish blue over there. Not a radish, but reddish. What was it? Oh, remember the Scrumble Velfera? Yes, it's the it's the rugby of painting, right? It's the Scrumble. Not quite sure we want to keep doing too much of that. Now I'm going to get me some of this out of the brush. Let me come back to this. Some of the later stuff again. Knuckles here. Looking to just try to make some of these little edges stand out here. Alright, so I think that's doing it there. Now let me go back up here. Here. I'm going to take the... Well, there we go. We've got indigo and cobalt mixed in together. So we have indigo cobalt. There's all kinds of crazy combos going on here. Again, here's that just a little tapping motion. Now we're trying to do ironically enough here is that kind of like ambient light, dark, and then our reflected light. Object source lighting is object source lighting no matter what. See, we got the source light, then that kind of darker band, and then ambient light, and that's the same deal what we're doing here. Yeah, Velfear, I mean, there's that game has some hits to it. Now there was a few hits in some games today that were pretty intense. There was a couple of guys, new helmets or not, that there was some bells ringing today, Velfear. Yeah, there's a few people that kind of just shall we say, it was some angels were getting wings there, Velfira, because there were some bells being rung. I saw at least 2 concussion protocols going on today. They weren't like super nasty ones, but yeah. Oh, it was the Vandy player. Remember, I think it was a Van, either a defensive back or maybe a safety, and he wanted to just get up to do the next play, and down he went. And the way he went down was definitely kind of like folding up like a lawn chair. That's usually a little bit of ding dong right there. Now we're trying to scroll into just like we did in these other places here. Look at this. We can't have mid-tone next to light. We're doing the dark next to the light. Look at this. See that? Now we have a mid-tone, then the dark, and then the light there. What was it at halftime, Bev? It was 17-7 at halftime, and yeah, they were lucky it was that close. Again, that's if they want to be big dogs like that, they've got to learn that there's going to be some folks looking to take away their doggy treats. Same deal right there again with some of that dark. And well, now we're almost an hour 24 minutes in. And again, when I go to refresh the medicine, I'm also going to grab me some paper towels because basically that is all I got left. That will not be sufficient to meet our needs. I'm not going to do it. Let's see if I can sneak you in here. Once again with the blending brush there. And well, we're going to see what happens later today, right, Velfair? There's some critical games there too. I mean, it is definitely there's only 2 games left, I think, for most teams in the college season, and there's not all that many games left now. I believe we're past the halfway point in the NFL season now. Well, I think we're just about to. We're at I think this is week 9. I get messed up with all of the buys. Yeah, fine. We'll just hit a little something there. And a little more of our lighter green down there too. Hey there, Landrast. It's still Saturday for you out there. So how you doing there, Landrast? So Landrast was doing a lot of printing today. And well, we'll see what happens with those height maps. Now, again, that's why none of the files are in any kind of drop boxes yet, because I still am trying to see what the impact is. The height maps versus no height maps, because and also too, do we want, I think some of these maybe are better printed inverted and other ones are better printed normal. And the only way I'm ever going to know, not printed or just made, as far as making the STL files goes. I hope you had fun there, Landrast. So yeah, Landrast, I printed out 8 of the Arthurian flats and 4 of the Japanese theme flats. I'm gonna see what you can do here. No, not the blue here. There we go. Yeah, let's get these. And we got genuine cobalt on the palette here. That is 100% cobalt blue. And by 100%, I mean it is legit all cobalt blue. Which I think we're actually going to maybe try that here on the ellipses there. Let's see what happens. So a little 15 game streak there for Landrast. So thanks, Landrast. Here, let me just get rid of some of that. And we're going to have ourselves some Otis. So thanks, Landrast. Appreciate you being here. 15 streams in a row. Now, like I was saying earlier, Valfira, learning to play as top dog, that is an acquired skill, right? And even today, well, let's put it this way: Bama wasn't exactly smoking LSU. I mean, that's a team that just fired their head coach less than a week ago and was in complete disarray, all kinds of injuries. They benched they benched Nussmeier. How about that, Valfera? Yeah, your Heisman favorite sitting on the bench. Not an injury benching, just a benching. I don't know if, well, and actually, of course, and look at Pavia, right? The kind of game he had today, Valfera. Now, I would think that Vandy has to not just make they have to make the playoffs for him to have any shot at a Heisman. Hey Doji, look what's on the palette. It's right over here, Doji. And also regular cobalt. Look at this, Doji. So there's cobalt, teal, bluish. There's cobalt blue here, but we've been doing some combos. We've been doing phthalo green and cobalt blue. We've been doing cobalt blue and violet. We've also been doing phthalo green and cobalt teal bluish combined. And there's some of the cobalt teal bluish here, and some of it up here, and then down in here. And of course, Doji, why don't you share your fabulous? Why don't you share your fabulous oil painted miniatures there? So great to see you, and of course, happy Sunday there, Doji. Gonna try and carry that up a little bit more up here, if we can. Over here. Also on these couple of edges. Like so. Oh yeah, and like Valfair was saying, they're literally touching each other. Prussian blue and cobalt blue and we've actually combined those two together. So maybe there's it's I think it's like the von Ribbentrop pack and what's his name? Yeah, yes, the Molotov-Ribbentrop pact has been going on. How you doing there, Surface Tension? Great to see ya. So Surface Tension, I hope that Sunday morning treats you well there. I think I sent you a couple of pictures. Oh yeah, I sent you the reference pictures, didn't I, Surface Tension? And get this, Doji, there was actually some. I think you could see there was almost like some semi-zenithal in the priming here. And what I might do in the future actually is more of the zenithal priming just to. Ooh, I'm gonna do this here. Let me get the. I'm gonna do cobalt blue and radiant violet. Which, you know what this makes? Let me see if I can get this out without destroying too much stuff. So basically, cobalt blue and radiant, well, not radiant, radiant violet makes this. Yeah, interesting. So yeah, surface tension. I think that's something I have to do more often now because it certainly made creating the references much, much, much easier. Now, by much easier, I mean like infinitely easier. Okay, that's there. That's more like I'm gonna get that over here. So everybody check out that Discord link that Doji just shared, and of course, surface tension. Why don't you share your fabulous oil painted stuff as well? Yes, indeed. Gonna start catching some lighter stuff here on the face as we welcome in bearded Celt. How you doing there, Celt? Well, yeah, let's say happy Sunday here. So we'll say happy Sunday. Everybody, please give bearded Celt a follow. And of course, bearded Celt, you want to share stuff in the chat? As always, go right ahead. Hopefully the stream was super fun. Surface tension, it really is fantastic. Again, I was not so sure about the green object source lighting, and then I saw and combined with some of the other things. So I saw it and I said, okay, we're doing that. We're 100% doing that. So I think you would get a kick out of doing that, surface tension. Oh well, that's fantastic, bearded kelp. Oh, well, I don't know if that's something that you want to show. Maybe you don't want to show that because yeah, you don't want to get let the cat out of the bag there. Yeah, surface tension. It's really really helpful. Now look at this doji. We got cobalt teal bluish here with some of the cobalt blue. We're gonna put a little white in there, and that's gonna go here. And then we're going to try to maybe also make the eyes be this color too. Yeah, and now remember surface tension like I talk about in the videos, you basically get one shot at it. So, and only feed it one reference at a time. I learned that hard lesson. Yes, only feed it one reference at a time. Because if you give it multiple ones, what it's going to do is like essentially create its own miniature there. Great to see you there, Inganes. Inganes, if you also want to share some stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow, Bearded Celt a follow. Again, check out that stuff that Surface Tension just posted. There it is. You know, I'm going to do this and some of the Indian yellow. This is something we don't usually combine. I'm curious what this is going to look like here. The Naples yellow and the Indian yellow. That's not usually a combo that we make. I'm going to go for that here. So, Gunners, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. That would be spectacular. So, everybody check out the links there that Nganes posted. That's an Insta link, and then check out the Mastodon link there that Surface Tension posted. And again, please give those gents a follow as well. Valfera, I was. It really is handy because I believe they are U.S. ships, right? Yeah, well, it's a starter set, and I think it was one of those Portland class cruisers, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, so it was a Portland class cruiser, and then what? Half a dozen Fletcher class destroyers. No, well, surface tension. Now remember, red sky in morning, sailor take warning. Red sky at night, sailor's delight. And the only reason I say that is because of the hours that I keep here. Let's put it this way: sunrise. Sunrise is not just, I'm not going to sleep to sunrise. Sunrise is something like, oh yeah, I got a couple hours of work I can still do yet. Yeah, that's what sunrise is here now. So yeah, a little a special Armada Monday. Well, actually, technically, it is going right into Tuesday, so it's even better, right, Velfera? It will go into Tuesday. Now, actually, does I think maybe I won't be okay. So that thing I was telling you about, Velfra, I might not find out about that till Wednesday then, because I think Tuesday everything's going to be closed, right? Yeah, surface tension. That's kind of what was happening here. We had ourselves some rain for sure. It was that there was a typical November drizzly rain kind of thing. It was very Welshlandic surface tension. In fact, I think this is the time of year where Chicago becomes one of the far western suburbs of Welshlandia. Yes, indeed, a far western suburb of Welshlandia. So, yeah, okay then. Well, we won't be trying to make those calls on Tuesday. That would be a fruitless adventure. So in Ganes, hopefully things still going good there with the new entities. I know that is a handful. Surface tension, of course, I want to make sure that I am considered an honorary Welshman there because that means when the spaceships go to leave the planet here with all the and I get to leave with all the ancient Welsh landiers. I'm glad that's going well there in Ganes. I keep thinking, oh, well, remember that super old, crazy sci-fi movie there, Velfair, When Worlds Collide? Talk about some Chelsea Bonestell art. That was very much a Chelsea Bonestell kind of inspired spacecraft and everything else. I wouldn't be surprised if Chelsea Bonestell did some of the illustration on that. Maybe some of the matte paintings. Actually, that's hair. Let's change this around then. Yeah, from the violet to that. That's also, again, that's hair. Boom. More of that here. All right. And yeah, we're still not even at 2 hours yet. Yes, we have not. We haven't actually hit the 2 hour mark. Let me do some more of this here. Where are we at? Let me get back to my scene. There we go. I was trying to bring up my reference here. There we go. Now, surface tension, as we know, the original home planet of the Welshlandic people, there were no such thing as vowels. There was only consonants. They adapted, some of the human consonants or some of the human vowels just so that they could interact with humans. Otherwise, yeah, they would never have. There would never be vowels, right? Surface tension. Which is why most of the place names there in Welshlandia cannot be spoken by humans, since, well, they're not humans. I mean, why do you think those names are so complex? It had nothing to do with ancient Celts or Romans. That's the ancient Welshlandians. Did I? Yeah, let me try. We hint of some violet there. Now let me try back to our Mars yellow deep here. Nice to see you again there, Pascal. Everybody, please give Pascal Cruz a follow. Of course, Pascal, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? So hopefully you got a lot done on the stream last night there, Pascal. Now, I wasn't sure. I didn't get a chance to see if there was you were going to be doing water effects on top of what is already on there. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. And everybody, please again give Pascal Rules a follow. So great to see you again there, Pascal. Let me see. Well, we're still not at our 2 hour mark. It is 1 hour 45 minutes. That is when we started painting this 1 hour 45 minutes ago. How long did it take to establish the object source lighting, Valfera? About 7 minutes, maybe. Tops. And again, we got the heavy hitters out here. We got cobalts, we got the cobalt teal bluish, we got all kinds of stuff here. That's that sounds about right there, surface tension. It does. So this figure is from Loot Studios. I mean, we love our Loot Studios figure. I painted tons and tons and tons of Loot Studios figures here. Let me see if we can find some of the other ones that we did here. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. There. And I think, do I have, I'm not sure we still have that one. I think I might have substituted that image for something else. Yeah, I don't see, unfortunately, the Avatar lady. No, I don't see her anymore. So I think that one has been replaced reference-wise there. Yeah, don't see it anymore. I don't know which release this is, whether it's newer or older. I think it might be somewhere on the newer. Well, I don't know, Grand Oracle. Do you recognize this one at all? So yeah, that was. Oh, that's the one that won at Adepticon. That got the Resin Beast. That's it. Yeah, Resin Beast, and then it got the Manufacturers Award from Loot Studios. And that was a 3-part episode, I think. Do I actually have? Let me see if I can find here. Do I still have the original? Unfortunately, I don't have the Nutwork stuff there. I thought I still had those references. It's been quite the object source light week because, again, this was Thursday here. Technically, our Armada Monday also had object source lighting, and then, oh, here we go. This was last night's stream. Technically, 3 different light sources there. So, yeah, that was a last night's stream. Oh, thank you so much, Tatley. Appreciate that. And, of course, happy Sunday to you. Whether you are from Welshlandia or other parts, Australia, the far west of Australia in some cases. Just trying to get me a little bit of the reddish brown there. Where's my... here we go. We'll take you. And we're going to use that to blend in some stuff right there. Now let's start fooling around with some of this again. Thank you so much, Tatley. Appreciate that. It's like, I don't really think this is Galadriel here. It's like, who are you talking about? He's like, well, that's quite the shiv that you've got there. It's like, yeah, I heard that you used that little tiny thing you got to try and fight a Balrog. That doesn't seem like a good idea. He's like, that's what I was trying to tell the other guy last night. I don't think it went so well for him. That would be other Gandalf last night. We had quite the interactions. We actually did have a Gandalf 6 as well. Oh, there's a good roll for Tatley. So yeah, I was just about to torment one of our folks here as being a part of the far western wing of the Collingwood Magpies fan club. Right here, well, of course, We would have wished that the Bulldogs did a little bit better this season. But then again, it could have ended up like Geelong, which is like Geelong every year. Yep, canned just when you thought it was safe. Just when you thought it was safe to go outside. It's not. Indian. Okay. I think we're going to break this down just a little bit. I don't think we need quite all of that stuff there, but I need to be a little bit of a more intense orange for some of this stuff up here. There we go. Some of that up here. There we go. So everybody check out that Discord link, that Bearded Count. Just post everybody, please get Bearded Count a follow as well. And sometimes more is just way too much, right? Surface tension. I think that qualifies as the more. Yeah, just a little bit, right? Let me dial in a little bit here, a little bit more of the S full tomb here. So again, everybody check out that link that Bearded Kilt just posted, but please give Bearded Kilt a follow as well. So thank you so much, Tatley. Appreciate that. Now, let me see. Can I get one of my spacescapes out here? Oh, yeah, they're done in this show. There we go. Now again, this was I gotta also try to print out this flat, knowing what we know now about making the bas reliefs on that. But when I'm looking for, here we go. Here's one of our spacescapes here. We actually did, we call it Space Australia. So for Anzac Day, we did Space Australia. And surface tension has unfortunately fallen victim to the autocorrect monster. So again, if your post in the chat is unjustly modified in any way, you too can also claim revenge on the autocorrect monster because he hates to be exposed to the light of day. So be sure to expose the autocorrect monster so that everybody knows to look out for him. And of course, Tatley, if you want to share some stuff that you've been working on, work in progress pics on the Buster, anything like that, please go ahead and do that. So Bearded Kilt, I hope that things have been going reasonably well of late. I know sometimes life just gets a little complicated, or a lot complicated, as the case might be. I try to darken you down again. We're just pretty much just sticking with the asphaltum right now. We'll probably go even with a little deeper with maybe some Van Dyke Brown or asphaltum and Van Dyke Brown. So see you later there, Doji. Doji, I'm glad you got a chance to see a little bit of. Oh, wait, here. Let's maybe just super quick, like break out a little bit of our cobalt teal bluish here before Doji's got to take us. So there, look at that. There is the cobalt teal bluish. That is one intense color right there. Get a little bit of something lighter in that. And there you go. That is a very opaque color because of the oxides of cobalt. That's one of the critical elements to the cobalt teal bluish. It's the I think we were saying it's the Terra Rosa of cobalts. Yeah, I think that's what we were saying. And yes, we do have a little bit of Egyptian violet. We've been combining the cobalt blue and the Egyptian violet together. And again, for folks that are new here, all of this is painted with oil paint. And we started on this 1 hour and 55 minutes ago. Yes, 1 hour 55 minutes ago. This was just primer. There was no paint on here at all. So everybody check out that little hour speed paint there. Actually, Tatley, I've got some infinity figs that I'm going to be trying to prep for some streams. Now, I did paint some of the new Warcrow figs. Oh, it was the Warg Riders. Yeah, I painted 2 of those on stream. But yeah, we'll be doing some infinity stuff on stream. Once I can get those guys prepped and on some bases. We'll be here to kill. I'm glad that you were able to do that. I'm sure it's way happier there, for sure. Oh, thanks, Tatley. Appreciate that. Yeah, the oils really do help facilitate it because there's so much essentially free blending, free mixing that happens. There's no layers, right? Surface tension, hashtag no layers. No layers. As surface tension was saying, less is more and more is way too much. So it is written in the Book of Wapol, right? Surface tension. I never did get, yeah, that little bit of light over there and there. Oh boy, surface tension, there's got to be some kind of a memeable thing with that, right? Surface tension. Oh, and thanks for sending the height map there, surface tension. Believe it or not, surface tension, that reminded me to start making some height maps as experiments for the flats. Now again, I was hoping to have at least maybe the Oriental ones cured and everything so that we could see them on stream, but that didn't quite work out. They just were not dry enough because again, I'm using the Soraya Simple, and that means that I have to wait for that to be completely dry before I can cure those. Maybe we'll go a little bit lighter there. Okay, there we are. And again, you can see how that is a much cooler color from our greens over here. Now I'm going to back away from that to our fabulous cobalt blue here. Because we did all the glazy stuff here. Now we have to kind of come back with a few little lighter things. Cobalt on this. Oh, yeah, like over here. Gee whiz. Same there. Also here. So yeah, surface tension. That really that looked super fun. Really loved it. And again, I'm still kind of. Oh, actually, surface tension. You heard that I discovered a new thing in the image to STL.com. Well, it's something that I might have seen initially and just never had a chance to experiment with. Essentially, you can add however many, a fraction of or millimeters to basically like extend the bottom of it for things like the, oh gosh, was the Balrog one that was super thin? It was almost like paper thin. And that seems to be a bit of a solution for that issue. How you doing there, Arid? Everybody, please give Eric and Wave a follow. And everybody, Erid, why don't you share your Pinterest links there? So happy Sunday, Erid. Even though I think you're still on the cusp of Sunday there, right? I think it's almost midnight there for you. So yeah, I'd never added anything there before surface tension. Now I put zero point 0.2 millimeters or something like that. At least I think that's what it is. I'm thinking the decimal points, or is it centimeters? Is it maybe it's centimeters, or maybe it's all in inches. I don't know. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Erid just shared, and everybody please give Erid Canwave a follow. So Erid, huge surprise. We started on this only 2 hours ago. Oh, it's exactly 2 hours. 2 hours ago exactly. That is when we first started to slap some paint on this thing here. So yeah, surface tension. This one, well, here we'll just kind of go through our Lord of the Rings tarot card. Oh, and look at this. Here it is. So you can see how that's just like paper thin right there. I did two things. I added that, like 0.2 to the back of it, but then I also inverted this, right? So that instead of him being recessed, he's actually standing out now. And that makes a big difference because look at this. Right, this is inverted from this. Was the original one we did, and then this one is inverted. So we're kind of trying those with certain ones of our flats to see what kind of a difference that makes. Thanks, Irid. I don't know if you see it in the reference, but I wasn't quite sure. I was initially thinking a magenta for this, but I thought for the lesson we have like warmer and cooler greens. We have warmer and cooler blue. We have greenish blues, reddish blues, bluish greens, yellow greens. I just thought instead of the magenta, which would have been more like this, so that's what we would have, something more like this right here. I just thought, let's do the green. And again, oh, that's right, because that was another little thing that we had. What was the name of that company? Unfortunately, Doji would know. Eldfall Chronicles. That's it. Eldfall Chronicles. Yeah, we did that on stream. Okay, I'm just trying to get me a little bit of this now lighter cobalt mix here into some of these places. So Irida was kind of looking forward to this one for quite some time. Initially, I thought I was going to do it maybe as a tutorial video. But since it's Object Source Lighting Week, apparently here, I just thought, well, let's maybe use it for our Object Source Lighting Week. No problem there, Irid. No problem. And again, everybody please give Irid Canwave a follow. We're going to get some more interesting stuff in the wood over here. We're going to get some greens in there. Some greenish grays, some violet grays in there. Not just going to leave that just a series of brown, that's for sure. Actually going to try and get me some of this cobalt blue up there because, well, also too, right, surface tension, if a color goes somewhere, it goes everywhere. Yes, indeed, that is a thing. I'm going to accentuate some of the reddishness of the cobalt blue with a little bit of our not radiant violet there. Come on, get down in there. So again, this figure here is from Loot Studios. Nifty thing about Loot Studios is that they have 72 mil versions, 32 mil versions. They do a really good job of hollowing out the figures. The support's real good, so you don't have to fool around with that. And then they also have bust versions. I believe there is a bust version of this character too. Let me do some more of this over here. Actually, Bill Alexander. That was I was hearing that when I was a kid. Surface tension. I know everybody tends to remember the thicker paint will stick to the thinner paint, but also too, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. That was another one of his, which I think probably worked its way into Bob Ross as well. And it's about not isolating colors, right? So if you only have orange in just like one spot on the figure, it just kind of the eye looks at it and says, "Whoa, that's not quite how light works." Light does not quite work that way. It has an influence on all colors that you're seeing, not just, well, most, and then suddenly there's one it has no influence over. So there's, reflected light that has a lot to do with that notion of if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Now, Armored Wolf, is the entry almost ready? I know you were making those modifications for MSS there. Hopefully those mods are ready. And I guess hopefully the plane stuff is looking okay. And, well, glad you don't have more snow to deal with there. I think we got a tail of two blues. We got a reddish blue, and then we have this greenish stuff. And we're still going to go later there as well. We also needs to do this. Here, I'm going to get this. Here, speaking of some reflection. No, that is not the thing we want to reflect there. Here, let me do this. I'm going to grab you as a blending brush there. That kind of helps with the whole less is more deal right there. Now where's our teal that will be reflected here? Some of that here and then over here. Gotta get those reflections going. Same deal here. I know it's a little bit later. Let's see. That's a very good one there. Surface tension. That is definitely very good. Now, here it is. We are going to try to go even darker. I think this is it is the right one. Let's get this put together now. And can you see it? Yeah, you can see it. Trying to get this now here in some parts of the hair to kind of darken those down. And then around the eyes here. Darken that down. Like you do here. Get a little bit of that cutaway. Now, I sort of did the eyebrow there. We're going to do a little more. And now back into the hair, such as that is. So I'm not going to bother doing this because, again, I'm going to be sticking my hand on that to deal with all of this here. Maybe even try to get a little more dark there in the cheek shadow there. Yeah, something more like that perhaps. So enjoy that little stroll out there. I'm sure things will be barked at for sure. Let me try to get a little bit more of my dark up in there on whatever that thing is. And then we're still coming back into this with some of our lightest lights on the ambient light side. Now here we're talking about some Van Dyke brown and some green together. That's our phthalo green and our Van Dyke brown. I mean, it's a bit like Perlene black, which is a super dark green. It is not black. Nice to see you back there, Helgrat. How you doing? So happy Sunday there, Helgrat. Here's hoping that everything is fabulous on this Sunday morning for you. Or in the case of our Aussie friends, more like Sunday afternoon. It's only 2 o'clock in the morning here, so we're not getting anywhere really close to supper time out there. Maybe afternoon snack time. Yeah, let's get some of the green off of that. We don't really need that right there. More of our dark here in some of the hair. So great to see you there, Elgrant. I hope that all the painting stuff also is going very well. Catch a couple little shadows there. Sorry that's being pesky there, Helgrat. Actually, that is another thing that the anodyne device would be good for. Is for those times where the neck is being a bit pesky. Try to darken you down some more, and then we'll try to come back with some lighter stuff. Now here we're gonna get some of that dark. That's our dark green. Now let's use, well, here we'll start with this, and then we're gonna grab our, they're about like this here. There we go, that's better. So there's some little string of hot glue there on the back of that brush. Some more of that phthalo green. Boom. So now we have basically like a reddish brown and now a greenish gray side by side. That's another little way to get some contrast there. Some subtle contrast. It is quite literally green and red together. And now we got some of the cobalt teal that was sitting on the image. I'm going to just grab that and I'm going to start moving that around. Yeah, look at that. We're talking about getting some of those greenish grays here. What better way to do that than with cobalt teal bluish? Because again, if a color goes somewhere, where does it go? It goes everywhere. It goes everywhere. I mean, here we go. Some of this to darken you down here. And again, in just a few here, I'm gonna go run and get me some more paper towels because I thought I had gotten myself some more in here. I didn't, so we're just about out of our paper towels here. I mean, I just got a few little scraps. Because remember, we're not really using a whole bunch of our brush cleaner either on our brushes to clean those. A lot of the time it's just basically wiping them off with a paper towel. But don't be afraid, we're not going anywhere. Actually, Helgret, that's where the anodyne machine is extra useful, because that's what we used with Kathy when the neuropathy was really, really, really cranking up. So yeah, it actually does very well for calming down angry nerves, believe it or not. And now some of the device that we had was very primitive. It was just one that my brother had gotten for us. But now they have really fantastic ones. I mean, you can just get them on Amazon. There's mittens. There's for your hands. You've got actually little like slippers for feet. You've got various things. I got one for a knee, and it actually works well. Usually the nicer ones have a couple of different settings on them, so it's not only the anodyne style treatment there. But yeah, for folks with neuropathy or anything where nerves are flaring up and doing some nasty things, the anodyne stuff is very helpful for that. I do recommend that you don't just get kind of the cheaper anodyne devices, though. You want to get a decent one, and they usually come with timers so that they just kind of turn off automatically. You can see we're getting a few different colors there in our little tree area. Here too, again a little bit lighter. We'll probably get some of our, where you hide, and there it is, some of our not radiant green, which apparently needs a little dot of thinner on there to also keep that active. There we are. Like we said, we were going to be using some of our lighter green as a highlight on there. Hopefully those have a little bit, some kind of help for you there, Hillgrat. Yeah, it definitely would be really, 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 really challenging to try and do the miniature painting where that was going to be acting up all the time for sure. Now again, that's we're going to also hit that with our basically precursor to black is black. It's not the actual black is black. I need to get a little bit of this green on the feetses here. Let's do that. All the way back in there, a little bit more there. Now we're getting somewhere here. That is getting a here. Let me. No, that's not really the best blend. Let's use this guy. There we are. That's better. Okay, so again, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. We're just gonna. We need more paper towels than that. That's all I got left here. So we need a little bit more than that. Nice to see you there, Vite. Don't worry, we'll be back. We're not going to disappear on you. So yeah, this is one we were talking about last night, Vite. We're having some fun with this here. Again, Loot Studios figured. So don't go away. sorry about that. The paper towels were hidden. They were underneath something else. I'm looking around for the paper towels, and then all of a sudden I look. I said, "Oh, that's where they're hiding over there." So, Art and Michael, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. There we are. So we have Ite. We've been working on this now for 2 hours 20 minutes. And that's it. Just 2 hours 20 minutes on this thing here. I'm going to see if I can get me a little turquoise in there, instead of just all the dark stuff there. I need to get me, I think, some lighter skin tone underneath the chin as well. Actually going to get me a little bit of the cobalt teal bluish, I think, on the lips there too. Now that finger over there, I think that's another spot that we're just going to have to do at the very end, because I think I'm just going to keep wiping the paint away there, just like over here on this branch. Might also need to get some more of my not fast matte white out here too. Now that's a little bit of a lighter of a cobalt teal bluish for the lips there, and maybe a little something here. Nope, nope, no. Let me refresh that a little bit here. Let's do this. Alright, so here, everybody, check out that link that Art and Michael just shared. Let me move this a little further that way. There we go. That is it. Now, also these these gems here. Let me see if I can do some stuff here with this lighter cobalt blue. I think I need to break that down, maybe thin it down a little bit. And then we'll have to get that light up on the top edge too. But first we'll do this. Maybe work a little bit of that cobalt into the skin tone there, a little something there. Also in here. And now I can get away with some of that down here. Because that can't all just be straight up dark like that. That might be a little too dark in there. Here, let me get some of this. Not quite as light on the... There we go. That was some of our original darker glaze in there. That's why that was looking a little odd. More of this light here. Let me see what happens with this. Need to make sure. That's probably still too thick. Gotta break that down some more. Okay, now I think we're talking. Get some lighter stuff here on these cheekbones at the top. A little something lighter on the nose there. We also need to get some light into here. That all important area there on the side of the mouth. Sorry that that's being a bit being a pesky thing there, Arda Michael. Let me lighten up this just a touch more. Yeah, okay. Again, that's the hair. We're gonna let some of our light mix in with all the darks that we've cranked into here with our Payne's Gray and Indigo and some of the Mars Black even. Is that gonna be too light? Let me see what happens here. No, no, because that's mixing with what's there anyway, so it won't end up being too late. Let me get rid of this. 1 second here. Ah, that's better. 1 second. I'm just trying to find my reference super quick here. There we go. That kind of got lost when I changed my screens. And yeah, that was made references down in the corner. I mean, I split it in half so people could see it, but the original references made that in the GPT real quick by taking an actual picture of the miniature, because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with the sword here. Was that going to be a magenta glow? Was it not going to have any glow at all? Or was it going to be a different glow color? And that's when I told it, well, let me see what it would look like with a greenish glow, and you can see the pictures there. Otherwise, it was going to be more like this here. That was kind of my initial thought, but again, for as far as the lesson goes, I thought it would be a little bit of a better lesson this way, and boy, it sure did work out that way. Because yeah, it's a way easier for folks to see some of these different color transitions, warmer greens, cooler greens. If it was magenta, that would have just overwhelmed a lot of the contrast all by itself. I mean, we would have plenty of contrast there, right? But I wanted to show a little bit more subtle on the contrast so people could see what effect the cooler greens, warmer greens would have. So yeah, Artemichael, usually that is not quite the case. Now here I think it's 40 degrees out there now. Yeah, I think we're probably done. Well, I was just about to say we're probably done with the 60s, but then December is the new July here, so who knows? It could be in the 70s. I'm going to try and get me a little bit more of the light there. Also up here. So yeah, we'll see if we get to snow. Not sure if we will. Oops, let me get a little more of that light there, and now let's go maybe even lighter still here. We get some of that. Bring that over here by our yellows. Now I figured out there your way it has to be even colder because you don't have the concrete island to warm things up there like we do here. all these little tricksy things here. We're gonna do some different stuff on those, but we have to wait a little bit. Also, have to get my fast mat white out, and that'll be basically at around hour 3, so about a half an hour-ish from now. So Vite, when you've got something like Chicago, 8-9 million-ish people or so, and the concrete island, it's not just the city itself, there's all the surrounding suburbs too. So you're talking about something that, well, in many cases will be the size of some countries. That's going to hold in the heat from the day. It really happens in the summertime. So say out in the suburbs, like the far distant suburbs, it could be 30 degrees out there, but in the city, especially if the wind is coming off the lake, it could actually be in the 40s or even low 50s. Now, of course, with the lake, that also does a little vice versa. So in the summertime, if there's a breeze coming off the lake, the city could be somewhere in the low 70s, and in the suburbs, it could be pushing 90. And we're not talking about 100 miles distance, we're talking about 10 or less. That is the difference that the lake makes. That's the difference your concrete island makes. So yeah, Lake Michigan is one of those 900-foot deep bathtubs. Alright, we're going to get some more of this here. Let me just double check something. Okay. And remember, our Armada Monday stream, we will be painting the very first of the Warlord games, Victory at Sea ships. Of course, tomorrow that means I've got to. We were changing the video that we're filming because I wanted to film the process of basing those. Because it's not, they have their own bases, but we need to match all the stuff that we've been doing all along with our ships. So we're going to take Warlord ships because they're 1/1800 scale, and we're going to base those the way we base these guys. Now, Vita, I don't know if you also, well, we call it lake effect snow here. I'm not sure if you also get a similar phenomenon there, where the wind comes off of the lake or off of the water in the wintertime, and all of a sudden, in the immediate vicinity, you're getting 1 to 12 inches of snow. And less than 5 miles away, there could either be no snow at all or very little snow. Not quite sure if it works the same way with salt water as it does with fresh water. Now, we don't often get lake effect snow here because obviously the wind's got to come out of the east. Folks on the other side of Lake Michigan, on the other hand, that's a whole different story. Yeah, folks in Michigan and stuff, they get hammered by lake effect snow. Even the folks in Indiana will get absolutely blitzed by it. And we're talking that sometimes it's just this little finger of snow. It's maybe a mile or two wide and maybe 5 to 10 miles long. That's it. That's the only band of anything that's getting snow. It could even be sunny outside that. But yet there's this one narrow band that's getting absolutely nuked by snow. Ah, yes, the moors. Straight out of the Hound of the Baskervilles. I always wondered if the moors was Tolkien's, that was kind of his visual representation of, say, the Barrow Downs. It sure seems that way. Okay, that's got more of our yellow in it. So try not to snap that sword blade off there. It just makes sense, right, Vita? Because you've got those kind of stone structures there. So yeah, I could definitely see the moors. Now I'm also wondering, which parts for the dead marshes, because there's plenty of those too. Now, well, that's certainly, yep, that's it. That definitely makes sense, right, Vite? Let me get some of that going over here. Now maybe a little more, some lights up in here. Let's get that a little bit lighter up in there. Now, well, it's close enough to hour 3. I'm going to break out ye old fast matte white here. There you are. Let's break out a little bit of this here. And that will get mixed in with a little bit of our cobalt teal bluish here. Again, that is a Series 7 color, so that is a serious Williamsburg color right there. You don't mess with that. Oh yeah, you can see the impact that's had. That is definitely lighter now. And that's going to go all along some of these folds here. That should make those stand out nicely. Now here. Blending brush. We do have blending brush here. We'll maybe just use you. And hashtag no layers. There. So here and there. Okay, now next. Over here. Definitely need to make that lighter. Lighter here. I was going to ask you about that Michael, if there was anything that was going to push the needle towards the positive direction there. So sorry about that. I don't know if that gig that you were talking about the other day, if that is still kind of in the range of the possible there, or if that's kind of the reason why there's no Adipticon, because of that gig. Alright, Alright, so now we've got that. Let's get down to it here. A cobalt here. With more of the... Whoops. That's our not radiant violet. We're going to get some of that here to lighten this up more. It's also going to get that more of a violet sort of a theme here. And I might still add some of our fast matte white to that, where we need it to be really light. Well, sorry about that, Erdomako. I wasn't sure if you were looking to do classes there, just have fun there, or I wasn't figuring you probably weren't looking, unless you were looking to do some tournaments there. I mean, there is that's going to be a pretty sizable Lord of the Rings tournament, I think. Again, the tournaments are not possible for me at Adepticon. That'll never happen. Because I believe all the Lord of the Rings tournaments are a couple of days minimum. And geez, I wouldn't even be able to do a 1-day tournament, much less a 2-day tournament. Well, Artemiko, hopefully some of the foibles, like here you're talking about the heating system there, hopefully that's in any new place will not be something that has to be dealt with there. So yeah, Armored Wolf. I remembered I was looking at, I think it was the Adepticon registration thing. Actually, I guess that's coming up pretty soon, right? Armored Wolf, isn't that? Don't they, for whatever reason, have that right at Thanksgiving or something? And they hit this here with a little bit more of our light. Same thing up there now. Also, it goes live in Jan. Okay, that's good. It's like November would just be a wee bit too crazy. I didn't know that they did artist tables at Adepticon there, Artemiko. Maybe that's a new thing. I mean, there is a lot more space, so maybe that's a new thing they've added or something I just never knew about. Thanks, Gamd. Appreciate that. Yeah, I can't. This was one that I've been eyeing for a while. Really was wanting to do this one here. Just glad to finally get a chance to do it. Yeah, so I'm not so sure that there's artist tables at Adepticon again. Maybe there is such a thing now. I don't know. And of course, Camden, if you want to share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. And again, what are we at? So we're at 2 hours, 47 minutes time-wise here. Nah, that's too much. Look at that, we're just going to wipe that away. Super easy there with a little bit of a blending brush. Take away some of that with the blending brush there. And let me grab here some of this asphaltum, some of the Van Dyke brown. And we're going to try and drop some more of these shapes here, refine some of this. And now let's see what happens with our fast matte white. Oh, no problem there, Camden. So yeah, Camden, one thing, I think I sent you at least a few pictures of the Oriental theme flats. The value ranges on those are so compressed. Some of the height maps, well, they're a little short, and there's more height in the color versions than there is in the height maps that created there by GPT. So we'll see how those end up working out. Again, that we're still making lots of modifications to these things over and over here. Let me. No, I'm gonna grab that little bit of our fast matte white here. Let me see. Is this light enough? That is. Well, it is lighter. Yeah, Camden, it does color all the time. That's what I've mostly been doing, because GPT all of a sudden had all kinds of issues making height maps. Now it's back to it's no problem. I'm sure after the stream, Cam, I'm gonna go to make a bunch more, and guess what's gonna happen? It's suddenly not gonna be able to make them, or it's not gonna remember how to make them, or something stupid like that. Because that's kind of how it's going. That was a little too much there. We're just gonna. Yeah, so here, let's push it back that way a little. Fantastic there, Camda. So hopefully the kids are still having fun making their version of the flats. I try to get this little touch of light up here, and if I have to, I'll have to come back, I think, with some of our, I'll have to come back with some of the darker cobalt and take some of that away. I mean, I was not surprised that would be the case. Try and get a little bit more light up in some of this stuff up here. And then I might also come back with a little bit more of my dark here to sharpen up some of the filigree here. So we'll get, let me see, 2 hours and 51 minutes ago we had, well, absolutely nothing on this here. There was no paint whatsoever, just some primer that I essentially brushed on. Let me take my phthalo green and some of the floral green again here. That's sort of a dark-ish middle tone. Couple other areas over here I think we could maybe use some of that. Maybe up here even. A little bit more right there, yeah. Yeah, Camda, I still, I know we were talking last night about the possibility of also trying to cast these things. Maybe print out much deeper reliefs or something like that, and then maybe use that for the casting process there. And again, by casting, I mean just pressing Sculpey into the molds, that's it. No, not doing resin or whatever. Try and get a little bit of that deeper green out here. Soften that. Yeah, we needed more of a transition over there. Resurrect some of our lighter green. A couple of areas here on the chest and such. Get where maybe our light's gonna hit. Maybe catch the top of that with this green a little there, not too much. Oh geez, that has nothing on it. Get a little bit of our green over there as well. Let me see if I can sneak the brush in here. So that another place that could probably use some of that same green here. Let me wipe some of that away. That went a little bit astray. You know what? Side of that also needs to be a little bit more of our lighter green. Ooh, yeah, here we go. That's another place where we wanted our fast matte white. Huge surprise. Here in our object source lighting. At the brightest point of our brightest points of our sword here. Let's do that. We also need the blade here to be, I think, a sharper edge. So we'll take this, go right along that blade edge right there. And then this also kind of supposed to be more of a glinty surface here. There's kind of just guess that's supposed to be metal of some kind there. Now, of course, one of the reasons this is taking less time is, well, there's a whole big portion of this thing. I don't know, like 20% of it is just shades of green, much like our object source lighting on the on Ganov. A huge portion of it was just okay. It's going to be shades of orange or shades of blue, just like our latest army painting series. Source lighting is orange, and if that's covering, influencing half the figure, that means half your figure. Your color choices are pretty darn easy. They're just, again, shades of orange. There we are, a little bit light there, and also right there. There we are, and a little bit of the light carrying down onto our tree there. We also have to, I think pretty soon here, I'm going to get the not black is black on that base there, only as a visual reference, not because it's done and we're just putting the black there. I need that actually as a little bit of a visual cue. So we'll probably do that after we kind of add in some of these really light lights here. Again, glinting off of maybe some parts of there's a little bit of filigree in here. Been kind of waiting a little while to mess around with this area here. Like always, waiting for parts of that to set, so it's a little easier to go back in and work there. Some more of our lightest light up here now on this. I don't know if that's a crown or headdress or whatever that really is. Let me get rid of some of these brushes here that are in the. There we go, getting rid of some of those. Some of lightest lights now on the face here. That's still kind of a really light violet right now. Maybe a touch lighter on the mouth and the chin, and that should stand out a whole bunch more. Let me see if I can zoom in for you. There, now you can see a little bit easier, I think. And we also won't see as many of the brushes sitting around on the edges either. Couple little lights on the end of the hair. See what we're doing with. No, not there. Not there. Let's get some light over on this side now. Here. Poof. Some of that right over here. Also on that top edge, yeah. Now, I wonder, is this, if this doesn't really make too much impact, well, no matter what, we gotta come back in with some darks here, but... Yeah, we'll have to just come back with some darker stuff. Now, I still don't want to mess around too much up there with our lighter color. That would be one of the last things, again, so I don't stick my hand on that yet again. So again, trying to work on some of this filigree. We'll have to, again, come back with our darker color, I think, to sort of finalize those shapes in that filigree. Making you a little lighter. Maybe here, grab that white again. Now I think he's doing it. We're going to try and get a little bit more of that on the hand here, the fingers. And I get this figure right here. This is from Loot Studios. I don't remember what month or year the release was on this. All I know is that it's Loot Studios. Because Loot Studios was one of the first ones that I started subscribing to and printing out over 5 years ago. So, yeah, I have no idea. That's over 60 months worth of releases, so I have no idea. I do have an idea of what was like, and maybe some of the very first one and other early ones, but yeah, not so much after that. And well, we've done a ton of Loot Studios figures in my painting large scale series on the Patreon page. Now, I would imagine that the majority of those episodes are probably Loot Studios figures. Again, they're really convenient because they hollow them out very well. There are 32 mil, 72 mil, and bust versions of the kind of the main characters. So there's usually 4 heroes and 4 villains that get all the treatment. They get regular miniature size 32 mil, then a 72, and then a bust. And then there's usually like terrain or some kind of objects or props. I actually have a bunch of plants, and I know I've painted these up and given them away to family members. And it essentially looks like Treebeard, but it's a planter. And I've printed up that a few times, printed that out, and then painted it. I think even one of the Patreon tutorials kind of featured that. So now, again, that's kind of mixing with what is already there. And it's just an off-white, but because it's mixing with everything, it's turned a little bit more pinkish in some areas, a little bit more of a gray in other areas. Some areas almost like a green or gold. Now, I know I did print out a couple of 72 mil orcs from Loot Studios to do obviously for those skin tones we were talking about. Although Camda, there also is a part of me that wants to see what happens with Eldritch Foundry and making some orcs for ourselves. Now, I do want to do that thing I was talking about last night on stream, where I go into Eldritch Foundry and I basically sculpt the Fellowship. It's another little test of its not just the facial part of it, but also again the items. Because well, so far we did this. This is another one of our Eldritch Foundry uh, episodes where we created the new Kathy figure there. And Vita, if you want to share some of your older, Loot Studios figs there or something, that is fine. Again, I can see that I've stuck my hand there, so I'm not going to do a whole bunch on that. I can really see that I've just kind of been wiping parts of that away with my hand. Now here it is. See, it's getting a little bit on the lighter side. We're going to knock that down because that's not going to look terribly light. If this is, the ambient light is almost as light as your source light, then it turns into object source shading. And it doesn't matter if you're wearing a white robe or shirt or whatever. Take a flashlight, wear a white shirt, take a flashlight, go into a darkened room, turn on the flashlight, and well, your white shirt is going to be very dark except where the light's hitting it. Because I see it all the time where people essentially, again, do object source shading, in particular when you've got something like a Gandalf here, right? So we try to do it more via the color instead of the actual. There's another one of, geez, we have quite a few Gandalfs here. See, warmer colors there, cooler colors up there. That is the only way to show that light. No problem there, Vite. Now, my Insta and my Facebook, basically that's all they've ever been about, is just the miniatures. There's very, 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 very little on there that is not miniatures related. And the Instagram, that is where a lot of the finished stuff goes. I'm going to be actually posting an Instagram thing on the our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. So we're going to be featuring these. Tonight I'm going to get some foliage on the bases there, and then we'll get some pictures of them. So, now we've passed the 3-hour mark here. And yes, this is just 3 hours. That's it. That's how long we've been working on this. And finished pictures of this, most likely, I want to say probably 3 days from now, we'll be posting the Instagram images of this. Now that's, again, almost a violet type of color here that we're going to start to use for maybe a little bit of some light on our tree and this bark here. Now the knot in that tree starts to stand out here. maybe work in, yeah, a little bit more of this here. Okay. Now that I'm starting to do all this stuff on the base, I need to have a little bit of a reference here. So we break out this, which again this is not the Stuart simple, or even here. We've been using this stuff lately. So eventually, this is what goes on there. But for right now, we're going to use this here. And good, I still have my water over there. I can, here, let me just use maybe this brush here. I'll get that stuff out of there. Because all this is, again, this is just the primer that we brushed on. It was sort of a reddish brown primer that I made. I just took all the red brown Stynylrez, mixed it with the Stynylrez black, so that was nice and dark. You can see the difference that makes. Right, all of a sudden that tree got way lighter. That's why I didn't want to keep highlighting that tree, knowing that we haven't got the comparison yet of our base. We're almost there. Boy, yeah, all of a sudden that starts to look lighter. I was wondering if it was too dark. Well, no, it's actually starting to look light, which means that we could, if we needed to, make that a little bit darker. Alright, so yeah, that makes a big difference here. Let's get this baby closed up before something weird happens. And I'm just going to get a little water onto that, get that thing cleaned out. Alright, there we are. So again, now I'm going to try to do some lighter stuff here on my green that is right by the source lighting here. And like I said, when you see this in the final photos, I probably will hit that with the, again, that Darth Maul or the Black is Black from Stuart Simple, one of those things. No, that is too much there. I'm going to take away some of that with this blending brush. Right, Buster Cat? How you doing? It's been a wee while. So happy Sunday there, Buster Cat, and hopefully all is well there. So appreciate you being here. And well, we've been having a lot of fun painting our flats, whatever, if it's Trench Crusade, Lord of the Rings themed, whatever. Here's this was our first Lord of the Rings one that we painted there. You know what? I need to catch a little bit more of that lighter green over there. I think a teensy bit down this way. Maybe, yeah, a little light extends out to there. Now this too needs to, yeah, I can see that should be a little lighter, a little more of a green hitting this too. Like so here. More of that up here. Over there, yep, and now more of this down here because it's right underneath where the source lighting is. Sorry about that, Buster. Let me see if I can. 1 second here. this. Right here. A little more of our lighter stuff there. Again, the sword is right above it. There we are. Maybe a touch later. Again, this is right next to where the source light is, so that should be pretty light. And yeah, a little more light there. And try and catch the end of you as well. That's, we might have to come back with our dark and sharpen up that other side. A little bit more of a light here, which should be much easier to do now that that paint had a chance to set. None of this paint is dry, but that paint has definitely had a chance to set there. Yeah, I'm gonna catch a little. Yeah, here, let me refresh that brush a bit. Maybe that line as well, and then this one here, yeah. And I think we actually do need to lighten that up a little. You can see we're just kind of letting that sort of scrumble. And there, now I think we need to. Is that, yeah, there's some filigree there too that we need to do a little bit more something on that. Thanks, Pastor Kip. Appreciate that. Yeah, I thought it would be a fun little juxtaposition with the cobalt blue and again our cobalt teal bluish. So over here we have kind of a greenish blue, there more of a reddish blue. That's the cobalt. There's the cobalt teal bluish, and then we've got the phthalo green, and now there's also some of our cobalt teal bluish in there. We might even throw a little bit more. Where's our? Here it is. Some of this. Mixing the cobalt teal bluish with our fluorescent green because, you know, those aren't intense enough colors on their own. Let's combine them together. Make them extra intense. Get a little smidge of that there. Okay, yeah. And now I'm going to do that here too, perhaps. Yeah, less about the value. It's more about the edge that's there. So we sharpen up the edge, and now we got that bluish green over there, and it almost kind of makes the sword look a little bit like a crystal or something. And then here too, again, you got that more of the yellowish, and then you got that reddish blue down there also. It's gonna get me a little bit more on the green there. Let me see what this is going to do for me here. This line right in here. I just kind of had to wait for that to set. Even now, it's not the easiest to get the paint in there. Because, well, that is going to be the thing about the cobalt blue, the cobalt teal bluish. Those are not alkyds, which means those aren't going to set as quickly, so it won't quite be so easy to go back in there and work some more. make sure we're not going to snap that sword off there. So we're going to back away a little bit to this here. Some there. Okay, yeah, now we've got a little bit of green there. This is, yeah, I had to wait a little bit. I had to be patient. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. We know what happens to hasty little hobbits is. Back to some of this dirt here. So we'll take the asphaltum. Also some of our ethereal green. Now that's going to make a even more of almost like a sap green type of a thing here. It's got a little bit of the brown, a little bit of the green, and that will go in a few places. Also maybe up here. We're talking about some of this filigree. We just need to reinforce some of that. Maybe a little more of that here. And now we're about 3 hours, 20 minutes in here. And I'm still not going to mess around with this just yet. Again, that's going to be like the last thing that we fool around with there, because I might still be sticking my hand on that. I'm looking at... Yeah, here's another place we could also sharpen up a few things. A couple of little edges there. What about this stuff? Over here, there's a little dark that goes there. Maybe a little bit. Again, this is kind of a almost like a forest green, sort of a warm, darker green. Now that's going to go over here, because again, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, and this is one way to get... Okay, we have this green here. Well, we don't necessarily want to have that bright of green out here, but it's kind of a dark, but it does carry that color. So, and it's also going to contrast. Remember the our terra rossa that we put in there? I'll probably try to get a little bit more now that I can see what it's looking like here. Essentially a red versus green contrast. Not red versus green is not necessarily like Christmas elves, like Christmas red and Christmas green. It could be something where it's yellow mixed with black is your green, and your red could be a magenta. I mean, and still that same type of contrast, not necessarily the way people usually think of it. There, maybe a little bit of that over here. And then you can kind of see there's still some of that teal there. You can see it, and some of the bark over there. And this sometimes is almost semi-glazy. It's not quite a pin line wash. So a little bit more paint than, something like again a pin line wash would be, where it's more like 95 to 98% thinner. This is closer to a pin line wash, what we just did there. And we we've done many little experiments where we show off what the capillary action of oils is like versus acrylics, which has none by comparison. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. It's not saying one's better than the other, whatever. It's just one has capillary action, the other one does not. one of the reasons why. Again, it's 3 hours and 23 minutes ago. This was just primer. There was absolutely nothing else on here. Let me try to get my fast matte white activated here again. I'm going to try to get the little bit light here above the eyebrows there. Let's do that over here. And now I'm going to see if I can do that little dot on the eye there. And there, so we got those. And now can I do that darker over the top? I don't know. It's another reason again why I haven't painted that part, because I will have to park my finger on that to be able to balance for this. So here we are. I think you can see it. I need to get that dark on the top of this here. Got it. We kind of have that on the other side. It is for whatever reason. On this side, that sort of went away a little bit. Like that. So again, the cobalt blue, much like when we use them on the zygomors, it's almost because it's got that semi-translucent effect to it, whereas the cobalt teal bluish is very opaque. That's where its intensity comes from. The cobalt blue has that, again, that little bit of translucency to it. So even though it is a darker blue, you're kind of looking through it and the light bounces back out through the cobalt blue, and that just kind of gives you the sense of something that is lighter, or a little bit more intense of a color than it really should be. Maybe even, what is it, our burgundy color there, our fabulous Perline Crimson might have the same kind of thing. And again, it's a very deep reddish blue. Now, ultramarine blue also has reddishness to it, but it is not quite the same as the cobalt blue. And again, it's a very intense blue there. But important for it to have that reddish color, given that we've got all the teal over there. Ooh, that needs to go up in here. Some of that same forest green. Gonna go up in whatever this stuff is here. Nice to see you there, bots. How you doing? So that is almost like two different tales of luminosity there, Camda. Luminosity, kind of like the Terra Rosa version of luminosity. Also, what is that? Like Mars Yellow Deep. And then there's the kind of luminosity that, well, obviously your cadmium colors have, but then there's Indian Yellow. There's all your translucents, right? Phthalo Blue, Phthalo Green. Those are translucent, so the light is passing through those, and they become that. Quinacridone Magenta is another one, right, Camda? Yeah, Vitae, I mean, it's got to be just like jumping off it, right? So yeah, there's different ways that the colors can be luminous. Now, of course, that the fluoro colors, those are luminous, especially because of the translucency. So they allow light to pass through them at such efficiency, like super, super, super efficiently, that it makes them look just that much lighter, that much more intense than they actually are. here's my little bit lighter green, maybe even all the way up here. I needed some reflected light there anyways. And that's not even really going to be noticeable as a greenish reflection. I'm going to try to get me a little bit more. Where's my, again, the cobalt teal bluish here, and again, it's the opacity here that's going to give it a little bit of that oomph. A touch more under there. Maybe even a hint of it right there. Okay. Fine, we'll grab just some of that white and some of our turquoise here, because we've got a lot of the cobalt blue up there. I'm going to try and get me a little bit of our teal up here, and just again a couple little spots here, like up here. Not a value contrast, but a color contrast. Get a little bit of our turquoise on that. Maybe even a little, here, let me take some of this. And we're actually going to sneak a little bit of turquoise up there on the shoulder. It is definitely over here. Oh yeah, look at that. See how that looks way more interesting right there? Way more interesting. So Camda, yeah, the latest example of that would definitely be the Zygomores. I'm trying to think of another recent thing that we were doing either on the Patreon page, whatever, that also had the cobalt blue in it. But yeah, look at that little, see that little row of the turquoise. Again, that's stuff that was over here. Touch more of it there again as a reflection. Some of that down over here. Now, yeah, Camda, those were just, and of course, I learned an awful lot about making the reference images with those. Yeah, that I learned a bunch of things. It's like, okay, this is a good idea. Some fewer references, right? Fewer references, but that was better. Instead of piling up more references. Yeah, Camden. Now the stream, a couple of the ones with our, oh gosh, or the flat. That's right. That got a little bit messed up. Unfortunately, got busted up into two pieces. Fortunately, I think this Twitch has not. Well, I'm gonna curse it right by saying Twitch has not been twitchy like that stream. So I think we got ourselves a decent set of footage out of this, unlike that one. And so yeah, I'll probably maybe 3-ish days from now or so, this will be hitting YouTube here. Again, that's the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That is where all of our stuff resides. Since we can't have it on Twitch anymore, we have it here where there's no ads, and also too, there's playlists there. So there's a Loot Studios playlist. There's an Archvillain playlist. There's a Middle Earth playlist. There's terrain playlists. There's a Battlestar Galactica, Battlefleet Gothic. So all of our different genres all have their own playlist there, so it's going to make it a lot easier for you to find stuff there than it ever was just on Twitch there. And again, I've got a whole ton of our old sessions to still put up on there. I try it again, usually every 3-ish days or so, 2-3 days. So yep, Foster Cat, I did some tutorials on those back in the day when those first came out on the Patreon page. Ironically enough, the one thing, let's see, where's my brilliant yellow pale here? Yeah, the one thing they have a couple of colors that have ethereal yellow in it, which is basically brilliant yellow pale. So if people want brilliant yellow pale, they can sort of get it with whatever the one color is, or less. Well, there's one. It's basically again brilliant yellow pale. That is in those flow. I don't know if they've ever expanded the number on those. They're tiny little tubes. Uh, 10 times out of 5, I would recommend just getting artist oils and not bother with the miniature oil paints, because what they're doing is piling in a whole bunch of linseed oil and safflower oil, which does a couple of things. First of all, it makes the paint feel smoother, more like acrylics. It also makes it slimier and also makes it take way longer to dry, like orders of magnitude longer to dry. And pound for pound, you are paying a ton more for, again, any kind of miniature oil paint. You're way better off just getting regular old artist oils. I think I've done at least 3 videos with the flow, the stuff from Scale 75. I know I did a color theory and oils episode on those. But yeah, they're just it's just more hassle than it's worth, and again, more expense than it's worth, when you could pretty much get something that is a better quality for a whole bunch less with your regular oil paints. You can get better stuff on Amazon, right, Kenda? Because that's where you can get the Paul Rubens oil paints, which are alkyds. Yeah, what is it now again? I think it was the set of 38. Yeah, set of 38. Now that it's getting to be Black Friday again, I wouldn't be surprised if that price goes back down to the $63 price here in the US. Again, that is 38 50 milliliter tubes. Now, is it going to rival, say, Williamsburg Cobalt Blue or Cobalt Teal Bluish? Well, it better not. It better not even rival, Severus Blue, but it kind of does, because those cost way more. So again, Vostrican, I would always suggest just getting the regular artist oils. You have way more choice, way less expensive. It's going to be a better paint to work with. And Camda just posted the little link there to Amazon where you can check out the Paul Rubens. And again, our big part of our fluorescent green is, well, what do you know? The Paul Rubens fluorescent green. Yes, alkyd fluorescents, so 12 of them, right, Camda? I know that people are tempted by the fact that it's miniature paint. It's just, again, it's just oil paint that has had a lot of other stuff added to it to make it stretch out, so they can get more of it or less of it in more tubes. Because that is also how you have your cheaper oil paints, like those student grade colors. They're still oil paints. There's just way more linseed oil and other stuff in them, and way less pigment. And I've got 3 just specific episodes on the Patreon page all about the Paul Rubens. We did 3 different color theory and oils with those. One also is featuring the opera colors. Because the alkyds, I mean, there's some things that maybe they're not going to do so well, but the one thing they are going to do well is, well, set up and dry more quickly, which means for people that are newer to the oils, that's going to help them out because when people are newer to the oils, they're usually applying it with a steam shovel, and there's about 200 times too much paint on there. At least with the alkyds, you got a chance for that stuff to dry in your natural lifetime. You do that with those flow oil paints, your great grandkids will be waiting on that figure to dry. Actually, maybe your great 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 grandkids. Oh, correction there. Alright. Get a little something with the greens under here now. Nice to see you there, Ethranual. I'm guessing you probably haven't had a chance to check out the the new army painting video. I mean, again, object source lighting was intense warm colors here. Then you have your darker band, and then you have your sort of ambient light of cooler colors, which are also very, very, very diminished. High saturation, low saturation, warm, cool. Contrast. Yeah, and again, with the miniature paint, if you're not applying it with a palette knife, and well, you certainly should not be piling that paint on there at all. And again, this thing now, of course, this area here will take longer to dry most likely, especially than here, because most of this is alkyds over here. So that's certainly going to dry first. This too, because that's also pretty much all alkyds up there. So that is going to dry first. Some of this and the violet together here. Nice to see you there, Arid. To the point, Camda, I was actually thinking of making like some kind of a meme of that. Yes, something where someone is literally there. You got one of those big, gigantic, like either D9 kind of front loader type things or one of those mining dump trucks. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, like those like 3-story tall mining dump trucks, Camda. So great to see you again there, Irid. I hope that I hope that the stream was fabulous. I wasn't sure if you've got any cooking streams coming. You're thinking of doing in the next couple of weeks. We haven't had this in a while. Let me grab here again. That's some of our Terra Rosa, which is another one of those colors that has luminosity via opacity. It's not really all that intense of a color, but it is very, very opaque. That's what makes a really good kind of skin color base, if you want to call it that. So I'm glad the stream was really great there, Arid. And again, everybody please give Irika Wave a follow. So are we starting in? Now we're starting to close in on hour 4. So not a ton of the reddish brown over here necessarily. I'm gonna maybe try to sneak a little bit more up in here. So yeah, Can't I was thinking about one of those or something like that, some kind of meme with that. I need to go all the way back over here. Maybe we'll grab you here. And then some of that as full tone. More thinner. And here we're kind of doing a little bit of a pin line wash because it's just easier to get that back in here. That way. So I think Camda, no, I think my headset is all kind of like all tilted over somehow. I think maybe I must have bumped into something or whatever. But it's a whole lot closer to where the noise is coming from, so hopefully that makes a difference. But otherwise, no, it should not be any different. Here we're going to get some of our phthalo green and some of our indigo, so it's phthalo indigo time. Right there. Could also just be this machine camda, and it's one of the reasons that it really drives me nuts when I'm trying to film the videos, because there is nothing I can do with the equalizer to change it. It's either going to be quieter or it's going to be its normal value. And I always have to be aware when I'm doing editing the videos that, oh, it's in its quiet phase now, which means I got to go in there and just crank up the volume. Or like when I film at any other machine, same software, you don't have those issues. It's just on this particular machine. That's what drives me crazy about the XSplit, because every single machine I use it on, it acts differently. Something works or doesn't work, like at all, or it crashes on one machine, another two other machines. It's never ever ever done that. Yeah, unfortunately, that is just the way of things. And again, you have to use a recording software, and OBS is definitely not one of those I would use. I tried, and that was unusable completely. Again, XSplit has always had its issues over the years, but at least it's usable, and it's a heck of a lot easier to use than all those other ones. So again, now not just some lighter stuff up here, but also has again a little bit of this green up in there, but just it doesn't look like green up there because of again how that is mixing. And remember, we've got actually our floral green in the eyes too. That's not, we didn't do the white in the eyes, we did the floral green there. Speaking of which, we need to get some of that on this filigree over here on this side, since that's, well, kind of pointing towards the sword, which is, well, also our light source. Catch the top of that, and then maybe a little bit of our green over here. Some there. Let me try to get a little bit of reflected something or other there. And now this needs to also be lighter back in here. I guess that's the better way to attack it. Yeah, we need some light on the other side of that. Still with our warmer yellowish green here. So now GPT, it treated this thing like it's a gemstone here. So Threnuel, hopefully the school and everything is still going okay. I know there's a lot of work to do there. Yeah, fine. We'll hit that with a little bit of our lighter green, and then maybe some here too. Bingo, there. I'm gonna hit a little bit of my lighter green right up there, and also that little line there too. I had to wait on these because again the our little pinline washy stuff after the fact that was really kind of wet there. We had to let that have a chance to set. Geez, sorry about that, Thranduil. That doesn't make things terribly easy. Let me. I'm just trying to get my reference back up again. There we are. I want to. Yeah, I guess we can use this. We're gonna grab a little bit of our fast matte white over here. And I'm going to try to make that a little bit like right here again where that is bouncing off of that. Need a little smidge more of that over here. Still with this really light green here. Got my, yeah, let's go a little bit of phthalo green and our cobalt teal. So now we're kind of combining one. We're combining the opacity of one, the translucency of the other. There we go. And so Thranger, one of the things I'm hoping to be able to eventually do is to create, where am I at here with this green? Is that, no, that's not that. It is over here. Is to be able to essentially make my own, not quite a texture roller, but my own texture plates in GPT so that I can print those out instead of having to do Sculpey all the time. Especially when, well, the other thing too is I could cut those to size. So if there's going to be times, because that's not easy to do with the Sculpey, to cut a base, round or oval or whatever. Square, not too bad, but the round and oval base, that can take a lot of extra time. So that's what I was thinking of doing, maybe is just printing out round versions of, the dwarf texture roller, the Greek texture roller, the most common ones. Now, resin does not, you can't really carve it or break it like you can with the Sculpey. That's why I'm thinking of just using it as it's kind of a standalone thing where it's cut into a circle and you stick that on the base, almost like a base topper. No problem there, Vitae. So that's one of the reasons I've been trying to do so much with the flats, because I was also hoping that would translate into things like some basing. I mean, make it epic basing. Zabavka, even printing goes over on Loot Studios. They make basing bits too, so plenty of people make basing bits. I don't need to reinvent that wheel. It's more the stuff that nobody's doing. That's what I want to try. See if I can create some things for me, or, well, again, if it works for me, guess what? They'll be part of the Patreon page. So here's hoping that the anti-bios do their thing, Thranual. I know sometimes you can get things that are a wee bit resistant to that these days. One last little bit of our latest green along there, and then that's it for that. Now up here, let me do something like this here. We haven't tried this little combo. That is Naples yellow and the cobalt teal bluish, which is almost, it's kind of like a little bit of a radiant color almost. Yeah, it is a bit like a radiant color. Now that's good. That is good, Thranual. Glad to hear that. Because I know that is not a super easy thing to, well, to keep doing all the other stuff, right? And that too. Now this is we're talking about really getting some of these teals in here. Now, color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Well, we're not just taking this straight up cobalt teal and sticking it down here. We have mixed it with some of the color that is here. That would be the, again, that Naples yellow. We have mixed it with the cobalt teal bluish, so now it's much more of a dingy, warmer green, but it still has the high opacity. So that one is a Series 7. For some reason, I thought that was a Series 6 there, Trania. That is a 7. Perling Crimson is a 6. The Puro Orange is the other 7. Now, if you get the Richardson, that is a Series 5. Now, even Series, I don't even know if there is a Series 7 Richardson. If there was, it would still be less than a Williamsburg, because Richardson just costs less than Williamsburg. Yeah, get a little bit more of that yellow in there. So again, that kind of dirties it up a little bit. So again, the Richardson stuff that is, it's supposed to be kind of the poor man's Williamsburg. Now, this has more safflower oil in it. So we were talking earlier, right, about some companies, they put more of that in. They want these to be, well, a little bit less expensive. They also want them to be smoother. Well, that's when you start chunking in some of that their safflower oil, which is okay, except what that's going to do is extend those drying times. So I'm not sure if Richardson's something you can get on Amazon. Again, that's a Richardson paint, or Richardson. There you go, Richardson, not Richard. Sorry about that. I mean, I know you can get, well, the Paul Rubens, you can get Gamlin, you can get Windsor Newton on Amazon. Don't know about Richardson. Yeah, I know there was the one. Remember, I think that was, yeah, that was a tutorial video, right, Cam? Uh, where we used that was our white. Brilliant, sorry, not brilliant. Well, brilliant yellow pale could have been our white also, but yeah, Naples yellow was our white. There was no white in that particular episode. That might have been the one that was kind of a more of a brownish, reddish brown theme or something like that. I don't. It's now. It's been long enough. It wasn't that long ago, but it feels like it's been ages ago. So this is just the. Again, it's Naples yellow. This is the. Let me see if I can get the right tube here. No, that is Windsor yellow. There it is. I'm just using the Outgid version. We also have the first version I had of it. Is that going to be in? No, it's going to be in this shelf here. It was the Gamlin version. Is this Naples yellow? Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's the Gamlin version. And yeah, that's only a series 2. And it does. This is a little bit more. This is a tiny bit more yellow than, ironically enough, than the Naples yellow that I've got out on the palette right now. And obviously, that's also a Windsor Newton, so you might be able to get that on Amazon also. And again, that is Naples yellow, as in Naples, Italy, not maple as in maple syrup. But I'm not surprised if the autocorrect monster was doing a little bit of mischief there, right, Camda? That's just the sort of thing he would do now. Again, this is not, I'm going to stick him a finger here. Look at this. We got all kinds of different colors. You got that Terra Rosa down in there, right? We got this, again, kind of a dirty-ish green there. Then you have your more intense green from the source lighting. Yeah, Thranduil, it's bizarre because there's so many times where it corrects it to something that is like, how in the world did you think that was the word? And of course, it's supposed to be adaptive, right? So it's supposed to, well, yeah, you're always in this situation, you use this word. So why would I auto correct that word out of existence? But it does it all the time. And that is why we call him the autocorrect monster, because he is very relentless and unforgiving, right? Camden. Now, here's another combo. We're going to take the Naples yellow. We will take the basically Mars black. And that's going to be a very interesting gray there because it's kind of a yellowish gray. All right, we're not taking Mars black and white because that would just be mostly a dead gray. This gray has a little bit of something, something going on here as opposed to just absolutely nothing. Gonna try to sneak a little something back in there. There's a whole lot of nothing there. There we are. Let me get rid. There we are. Should be interesting to see. I'm gonna compare this to our Oathbreakers flat over here. One sec. Same thing. See, cooler greens, warmer greens. We got cooler greens in there, just like here. We have your warmer greens, but also cooler greens or grains. Since food is something that I'm definitely thinking about. I think well, it's either eggs again, like last night and the night before. Actually, no, I'll make me some asparagus. Just gonna be a big old plate of asparagus. So that will be our post stream din-dins there. Yeah, now this has some of the Naples yellow in it, but also our green here. Up here, I get because well, Naples yellow is some of the color that we've already got up here, so why not, right? A little lighter right along this band here. Back to it here. Some more of that, again, kind of a greenish color up in here, but it's again kind of a dirty green, and that, whoops, a little too much of that. Oh, look at that. It's like we got ourselves an eraser. Super fabulous. Working that up there. Some of it over here. That is way too much. Almost looks like white there. So we're going to get ourselves not just some color there, but it's also mixing and it's taking away some of the excess paint there too. Taking away some of the extra. Let me see. Ah, there we are. Oop, that's not. That's it. No, not too much there. Let's just go back over here and try to parse in a little bit of this greenish tone here. Now the ear. Let me try to get that. Ah, here we are. So get this violet. We still have a little bit of our fast matte white sitting over. Just a tiny little bit of it left. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We just posted our last video the other day. I'm going to be filming, well, kind of two videos tomorrow, really. Well, Sunday, which is later today. We're going to be doing another Eldritch Foundry video and how to use that. And then we're going to be doing another basing video. It's been a while since we did a basing video because we now have, from Warlord Games, we have the Victory at Sea starter box. And we're going to show how to adapt the Victory at Sea ships to the kind of ships that we've been doing all along. So we're going to take their ships, put them on our bases, showing how to do fabulous water effects, how to sculpt them, how to paint them. I will take this, and now that should be a even lighter version of our turquoise here. Ah, that's it. That is it. Let me see if I can do the same deal over there. That's what we needed. Yep. That is what we needed. And then, of course, our next stream will be Armada Mondays. What are we going to be painting? We will be painting some of those very ships that we're doing the basing video on. Now, it's probably not going to be the longest basing video in the world, but I just wanted to make sure that process was recorded somehow. because I think there's and the how to do it. It's one thing. I'm just doing one at a time usually. We're not doing one at a time here. We're doing maybe a dozen ships or something like that, something around that. Now, do I go with the? I'm gonna go with the turquoise here. So I'm gonna. Whoops! Wait a minute. Let me get this. Reorient this brush. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Ooh, look at that. Again, that's the same. Turquoise is over here. Now it is up over here. And guess what? Up over here too. There. And maybe a little more of it right here. So now this is similar but different to what our references were. I need to go back to this let me just try the asphaltum first. See how that rolls here for a sec. Yeah, those two, and then here, and then yeah, since again we're not going to be sticking our hand on this anymore, now I can finally start to darken some of this back down again. It literally was getting lighter and lighter with me sticking my hand on it over and over again. Here, I can darken you down. That's that little combo of the asphaltum and the phthalo green. So 4 hours and 10 minutes ago, this was mostly just a dark brown primer. There was a tiny little bit of the slate blue that I dusted on there. And again, in order to create these references that you see down in the corners. So that's going into something like a chat GPT. And you say, all right, take this photo that you see here. And I need to do a couple of things. I need to see, okay, show me this sword as magenta glowing, or show me this sword as glowing green. Show me this stuff as being more like a turquoise, and show me the skin as being the kind of like a pale violet type color. And that way you can see, okay, is it a first of all a viable scheme, or is something more interesting? Like again, we could have gone the route of magenta sword, and essentially what it would do is it would show you, it would have showed us something like this instead of something like this. Now the figure is different. You know, the final figure that it renders is never going to be like the actual figure, but it's just a sketch medium. That's all it's for. Is just where you look at it and you go, "Ooh, that magenta idea. That's not a great one." Or, you know what? I like the magenta better than the green. And what better way to find that out than, say, before you've invested a whole bunch of time painting the miniature? I'm just throwing that out there. I don't think we have time to be painting miniatures several times. This is one way to avoid that particular situation, where you get to see again what it looks like before you actually paint it. What was that? The giant conquest figure that I did. I had the torchlight, one kind of light source color. I had the sword, a different type. And then I realized, oh geez, he was supposed to be a white tiger, and I did one more permutation. I said, well, let me see what he looks like as a white tiger with all these other light sources, and I kind of altered what I was going to do light source wise to accommodate the white tiger motif. And since he was that gargantuan figure, I mean, literally his head is about the size of this thing here, and this is a 72 mil fig, by the way. Oh, look at this! Look at this here! Look at that! I'm being Sneaky little tricksy how about I put that little bit of orangey brown in between the turquoise there. Yeah, we're doing that. These are the kind of things you can start playing around with here again. Now we're 4 hours 13 minutes in. So again, bots, I hope that you're doing well. It's been really, really, really busy here working on all the new flat designs. Gosh, we did. Uh, I did even more than I thought, Camda. When I started, my thought process of like giving them some names that also helped with the image to stl.com as far as keeping track of which the heck one is which. Because yeah, it'll just refer to it as Chat GPT image number whatever, or yeah, it's like that's not terribly helpful. But now I have to create yet another directory for all of these height maps that have been done. Yeah, I would have done this from the beginning, but I didn't know there was going to need to be a bazillion permutations of everything, right, Camda, before we kind of figured out what the heck to do. And it's again, that's still fluid. There are still things where like, okay, is this a better approach or is this, or is it situational? Like that Duran's Bane, the one with the bow rug. That one most definitely works better as with the darks being recessed, or no, the other way around. Yeah, that one works better with the darks being raised. Because guess what? Well, the bow rug is mostly dark, silhouetted by all the fire. Phthalo green. Mars. No, no. Indigo. It is time for more phthalo indigo here. Right there. Some of it here. And some over there. Now back down in here. I might even... It's not really a pin line wash, but it's kind of sort of there. There, yeah. It's a little bit right in there. So again, this will be up on the Instagrams probably 3 days from now. So I guess around Wednesday-ish or something like that. This will get posted, the final images of this. Some more of that. That's a really, really, really dark green there. That here. So that is not a pin line wash. That's maybe 50-50. Yeah, it's like 50-50. Maybe 60-40. So Camda is, I guess there's another thing from, was it Windows 11, where you don't get to see like visual previews of images in your folders or something like that. I think that was maybe a Valfira might have mentioned that, or somebody might have mentioned that to me during the day. It must have been Valfira because yeah, we were talking about Windows 11, the giant virus last night, right? I am more and more and more grateful, Camda, that I don't actually have that on anything. Like, well, maybe there might be one machine that has that. Let's see. Latest patch says PDF files are potentially harmful if you That's I think that pretty much settles it then, Camden. I will just get some kind of notebook thing or something like that, and that's what I'll use for it. Well, stuff like doing the TurboTax on, where I won't be, doing any kind of graphic stuff on it at all. That is sounded like way, way, way too much hassle. Let me go with that. Yeah, more of the just the phthalo green here. Because that almost should be casting a shadow on the next undulation there. So yeah, a little bit of a cast shadow there now. Tighten up that edge a bit here. There we are. And I remember early in the stream, Camden, when we're taking the cobalt blue, we were mixing that with the phthalo green, and that was going here. But I'm liking these the turquoise stuff that we put up here for sure. And oh, that's right. I almost forgot about this here. So well, let's have the Prussians and the cobalts play nice together here. Prussian cobalt. Wow, that's so Camden. If you want a cobalt blue that's even more intense, mix some of the Prussian blue with it. Man, that ain't nothing. Come on, let's switch over this way. There and now those got way too gigantic. Those little, they're supposed to be much smaller than that. There we go. Cut down that one. Cut down that one. Cut down that one. Windows 8. It was Windows 95. Oh, and then there was Millennium or whatever the heck that was. Whatever that version of that lasted all of 5 minutes, right, Camden? Let me do this. Now we're getting a little bit of our Prussian cobalt up here too. Matt, it just I can't believe that is so intense. I'm gonna actually get a little bit of it down here in some of our shadow areas. Oh, Microsoft 2000, that's it. There was one version of Windows, and I think I might have mentioned this a while back in one of the streams, where you could, every key stroke and every time you touched the mouse or clicked on different things on the screen, you could make a different sound. And I don't mean just any old sound. I'm talking about like fire alarms and cows and Nazgul, and I mean, you're talking all of these insane sounds. And I booby trapped a machine once on somebody, and every single, literally everything they touched was making some kind of a sound. And that was, oh my goodness, there was smoke coming out of every orifice there. Ah, good old Windows 98, yeah. But yeah, that was just pretty hilarious to be hearing. And as he was trying to get rid of the sounds, of course, it's making more sounds because he's clicking on more things to try to get rid of them. Now we think we've got that sort of cleaned up a little. Some of these things got a little bit chopped up as I was trying. There was a ton of supports on these. So we're trying to do a little bit of maintenance right there. Yeah, I think that works a little bit better now. Yeah, that does it really good. Oh, let me get darker green along here. Also along there. No, that doesn't have enough of our turquoise in it. Let's switch that to here. And it's the same concept as what we've been doing on these little loop-de-loops over here, where we've got this kind of light in the dark and then more middle tone back here. Oh, yeah, here, let me get rid of all that's way, way too much. Let me go to this. Still got a little bit of phthalo left here. Because I'm noticing that is too light there, and it's actually also too grayed down. There we are. There we are. Okay, that's more like what we need over here. Some of that was, there was still some of my initial lighter dry brush down there of all things. Man, oh man. Back to it here. I think I need to, there we go, get some thinner in there, just gonna resurrect that a little. And again, looking forward to seeing everybody on the Monday stream. Uh, I don't even know what ships are in that release. All I know is that there's a Portland class cruiser and some Fletcher class destroyers on the U.S. side. We will see just how much stuff there is on the Japanese side. I think there's only one cruiser and 3 destroyers or something like that on their side. Nice to see you there, not a chaos cultist. How you doing? Totally not a chaos cultist. There's no chaos cultist here at all. Okay, that's gonna work. I'm gonna maybe try and get a little bit of that up here. Just a touch more there. Yep, no chaos cultists to be found here at all. I'm gonna do this too. Yeah, alright. So there is, take some of the Mars Yellow Deep and we'll mix that with our fabulous Cobalt Blue here. See what that there is gonna do. That's gonna make ooh, that's a nifty grayish green. Man, that will also go into the wood here. So that's got a little bit more of a bluishness to it. You can see it, right? There's some reds in there, some greens, all kinds of different stuff here. Bingo. Let me work in some of these here. So I'm this away here. So we have the warmer greens there, and you can see it's much cooler, also much more grayed down. If you were to, I don't know, I think there's some weird app or something like that that analyzes the, you point your phone in, it'll analyze the colors. The amount of brown it would find in this entire tree thing here, maybe 5% of this thing could be anything listed as brown. Okay, maybe 10% tops. We'll go 15 on the high side. The brown tree has maybe 50%, 15% brown. Everything else is some other shade of reddish color, bluish gray, greenish gray. Hashtag no brown in wood, right, Camda? So that was an interesting little experiment there. Again, that's you know what, Camda, I'm wondering. I might do now just a color theory in oils where everything just gets mixed with Naples yellow and nothing else. Just a whole bunch of different colors, crazy colors get mixed with Naples yellow, and well, and we'll have Naples yellow be our white again. Yeah, because I don't think that yeah, that wasn't a color theory in oils episode. That Zygomore, that was part of that series, I think. So yeah, I think that might be an interesting one. So Cam, hopefully I don't forget that concept. But yeah, just taking all these colors and just mixing only Naples yellow in there. Whether it's reds, oranges, greens, blues, whatever. I'll still either ear it. Yeah, it's 4:12 a.m. here. I think we also might be. Yeah, no one. That's why I'm so hungry because it is definitely well now for me supper time. Yes, 4:12 in the morning. That is supper time now. That's how crazy it's gotten here. So let's say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations. We'll say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. I guess as we start pushing closer towards the 10K, we appreciate all the follows. Again, there's no parades or anything for that. It's interesting. It will be fun. I'm gonna zoom out here. So thanks again, Cam. Appreciate you being here. Zoom out. There we go. You can see a little bit more of this now. And again, this is 4 hours 31 minutes ago. There was a whole lot of nothing on here. So we had a lot of fun doing this. This again is from Loot Studios. That's well. There's another meme right there, Camda. That's another new character on the stream. We'll have to do a miniature of that from with Eldritch Foundry, like a werewolf or so. Oh, there you go, Camda. A werewolf. So here, oh boy, almost hit the wrong thing. There we go. We want this instead. Almost hit the end stream. It's like, nope, we're not doing that. We're doing a raid thing first. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see all of you guys on Monday.